Alright, y'all know usually today we read the Bible. We're gonna read it today. Actually, what we're gonna do is gonna listen to it today because my throat hurt. And I want to eat some milk and cookies, but mainly because my throat hurt. So I'm not trying to talk too loud. So I'm gonna look up a Bible reader, a random one. I'm just looking up a verse of the day for right now. And then when I'm done doing what I'm doing, we'll read the Bible chapter from where we're at.
When I declared an investment in knowledge pays the best interest, I didn't mean going to college to study up on the best beaches in Fort Lauderdale, spring break.
So,
Verse of the day, April 19th, 2026. The Lord opens the eyes of the blind, the Lord lifts those who are weighed down, the Lord loves the righteous. Psalm 146 verse 8. Thoughts on today's verse. This verse reveals a God who is profoundly interventionist and deeply attentive to the physical and spiritual limitations of humanity. The opening of the eyes of the blind serves as a powerful metaphor for both physical healing and the removal of spiritual darkness. It suggests that when we are trapped in cycles of confusion and are unable to see the path ahead, the Lord is the one who provides the illumination necessary for true perception. This is an act of creative grace that restores what has been lost or broken, proving that no level of darkness is too dense for His light to penetrate. It reorients our focus from our own deficiencies to His sufficiency, reminding us that clarity is a divine gift rather than a human achievement. The second movement of this promise highlights God's role as the great uplifter of the weary. To raise up those who are bowed down speaks to the heavy burdens of grief, exhaustion, and the crushing weight of life's pressures that cause the soul to stoop. This is an image of tender restoration, where the Creator personally reaches down to lift the chin and strengthen the knees of the discouraged. It indicates that God is not indifferent to our posture of defeat, rather, He is moved by it. This divine elevation is not just about changing our circumstances, but about restoring our dignity and our strength, allowing us to stand tall again under the canopy of His sovereign care and purposeful design. Ultimately, the verse anchors these actions in the eternal affection of the Father, declaring that the Lord loves the righteous. This love is the foundational motive behind every act of opening eyes or raising the fallen. It establishes a relationship where our well-being is a priority to the Almighty, not because of our perfection, but because of our alignment with His heart and His truth. This love is active, protective, and enduring, providing a sense of ultimate security that transcends the temporary trials of this world. By knowing we are loved by the One who governs the universe, we find the courage to endure the seasons of blindness and the moments of being bowed down, certain that His hand is always moving to bring us into the fullness of His light and His strength. Prayer for the day. Heavenly Father, we come before You today acknowledging that there are areas in our lives where we are walking in darkness and where our vision is clouded by fear and uncertainty. We thank You for the promise that You are the one who opens the eyes of the blind. We ask that You would grant us spiritual sight today, helping us to see your hand at work in our circumstances and your truth in the midst of the world's confusion. Remove the scales of doubt from our eyes so that we may behold the beauty of your holiness and the clarity of your will. We surrender our limited perspective to you, trusting that your light will guide our every step and lead us into the paths of peace. Lord, we lift up to you all those who are feeling bowed down by the heavy weights of this life. Whether it is the burden of financial stress, the grief of loss, or the exhaustion of daily struggle, we ask that you would be their strength and their lifter of heads. Reach down in your mercy and raise up the weary, restoring their hope and their vitality. We thank you that you do not leave us in our low estate, but that you are a God who delights in our restoration. Give us the endurance to keep moving forward, knowing that your hand is undergirding us and your spirit is reviving us. Let your peace settle our hearts and your joy be our constant companion as we stand firm in your grace. Father, we rest in the wonderful truth that you love the righteous and that we are precious in your sight. We thank you that your love is the anchor of our souls and the reason for our hope. Help us to walk in a way that reflects your character, showing the world the beauty of a life lived in response to your affection. We pray for our families, our friends, and our communities, that they too would experience the transforming power of your love and the security of your protection. We commit our day and our futures into your faithful hands, believing that you will continue to open our eyes and raise us up for the glory of your name. Thank you for being our Savior, our healer, and our friend. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it.
No, sir.
Let there be late nights and early mornings. First drafts.
Liam is a burned-out corporate drone who hasn't had a full night's rest in almost a decade, and his job feels like a non-stop
Let me finish this order.
survival game run by sociopaths in suits. The only reason he's still standing is
What we got lined up for today is we're folding these clothes, and then we're gonna read the actual verse out of the Bible, cause I didn't pay attention to that. That one for y'all, so we can get that out the way. Put God first. But then I actually want to read that Bible, but I want to eat the cookies. I felt like that would be weird eating the cookies. I still listen, kinda.
to the love of his wife and little girl. When he finally drags himself home from work, he's met at the door by Mika, who greets him warmly, and he asks about their daughter Kanami. Mika says she's already asleep, but apparently she spent the whole day begging her for a dog. She saw a Shiba Inu at her friend's place, and now she's completely obsessed. Liam isn't sure they can handle the extra expense, but after taking one look at Konami's peaceful sleeping face, he starts thinking that maybe a pup wouldn't be such a bad idea if it would make her happy, even if he has to pick up more shifts and make it work. The following day, Liam takes Konami to the pet shop, and the way her eyes light up makes it all worth it. Mika is surprised that Liam actually gave in, considering how swamped he already is with work, but Liam doesn't mind. If his wife and daughter are smiling, he can deal with whatever else life throws at him. Or at least, that's what he tells himself. Back at the office, Liam's slapped with reality again. His boss is screaming at him over a missing report. Liam calmly reminds him it was submitted Thursday, but since the boss spent that day club hopping, he never saw it. Still, somehow Liam takes the blame like always. His day-to-day at work is a toxic mess. The higher-ups dump everything on him, and his underlings walk all over him, stealing credit, dodging blame, and throwing him under the bus at every chance. Still, no matter how rough it gets, walking through the front door and seeing Mika and Konami waiting for him always pulls him back together. But then, the next day, while commuting to work on the train, Liam gets a message from his buddy Nita. Nita's going on about a brand new Gundam that just dropped and begs Liam to help grab one before it sells out. Liam laughs, thinking how Nita's still a die-hard fanboy, and decides to do him the favor. He hops off the train and pulls out Google Maps, trying to track down the store, but the area is unfamiliar, and he winds up completely turned around. As he's scanning the streets for anything recognizable, he suddenly catches a glimpse of Mika sitting across the street in an outdoor cafe, laughing and smiling with another man. At first, Liam is frozen because his brain refuses to
boss.
process what the hell he's seen. Mika had
It's gonna
told
be
him
his
she
boss.
was taking Konami to her sword training today, and yet here Mika is having fun, so he wonders what the hell is going on. That evening, Liam got home from work and casually asked Mika how her day went. She answered without hesitation just the usual. Dropped Konami off at sword practice. Nothing special. Liam was ready to call her out, to say what he saw, but instead, he just nodded, pretending everything was fine. He didn't want to destroy his happy family life, so he told himself there had to be some explanation. Maybe he was tired, maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him, because there's no way Mika would betray him like that. The next day at work, he needed to clear his head, so he tried putting his computer into standby before heading out. But as always, the system glitched, so he shut it down completely and left for a walk. He found himself back in the same area where he'd spotted her yesterday. At first, he felt a wave of relief because she wasn't there, but then he heard her voice nearby. She is on the phone laughing softly. She even brought Konami along, and then meets with the mysterious man. Liam tells himself the guy must be a friend, someone close, or someone Konami likes, until he hears his daughter call the man dad. That word hits harder than anything his boss ever threw at him. He stands still for a while, numb. Then he goes back to work like nothing happened, and keeps trying to build excuses in his head. Perhaps they're playing pretend. Perhaps this was just a very well friend who loved to play her father role when he wasn't around. But none of it made sense. Just then, his boss stormed over and started chewing him out for doing nothing. Liam calmly says his computer takes time to reboot since standby mode has been unstable, and for security reasons, he always shuts it down during breaks. The boss doesn't care and tells him he should skip his breaks altogether if he couldn't get his act together. But before he can even process that, his phone rings. It is Mika, and she tells him that Konami had been in a terrible accident. Without thinking, Liam bolted out of the building and rushed to the hospital. When he arrived, he asked where Konami was, so Mika told him she was already in surgery. A doctor soon came out and asked if they were Konami's parents, and both of them said yes. The doctor explained that Konami needed an urgent transfusion and asked for their blood types. Liam said AB positive, and Mika said O negative. The doctor nodded and told Mika to follow him. Liam steps forward confused and asks why they need Mika and not him. So the doctor replies that Konami is also O negative, so Liam's blood isn't compatible. While they are inside, Liam sits back down, trying to stay calm, but something doesn't add up, so he pulls out his phone and starts asking Chatham. After a few minutes of reading, the answer hits him hard. An AB-positive parent can't have an O-negative child, and it's not just rare, it's biologically impossible, so there is no doubt that Konami isn't his daughter. Liam finally hits his breaking point, so he looks Mika dead in the eye and asks her straight up if Konami really his daughter or not. But instead of giving him an answer,
Dirt, dirt, dirt. I love dirt. I'm a dirt nerd.
I'll slap the shit out of you. I'm sorry, Martha Stewart.
Mika flips it on him like every woman. She starts yelling that she's the one who should be angry, not him. Says he's never around, that he clearly doesn't give a damn about their family. Liam tries to explain that it's his job. He's always working overtime just to keep the lights on, but Mika isn't having it. She cuts him off, calls his job pointless, and says he's stuck in a dead-end position with no promotions or raises. So how could he ever give her the kind of life she deserves? Liam is stunned, but Mika's not that. She snaps that in the entire 10 years
sit in the kitchen and clean and work.
she's basically raised Konami
That's
by
what I'll tell
herself.
her.
She
Because,
completely ignores the fact
she
that
cheated on the
Konami
husband
isn't
for no
even
reason.
Liam's
He's working
child,
for her.
and says he's never really been part of this family anyway.
So
Then,
that's one of them
without a
bitches that
second
just got
thought,
sit in the
she
kitchen.
says she's taking Konami and leaving. Liam asks where the
Work.
hell she thinks she's going, but she
Wash the
brushes
floor,
past him and
clean.
calls out to Konami,
Cinderella.
telling her to pack up because they're leaving. He tries to stop her, but she moves away from him, so he grabs Konami's arm in desperation, begging her not to go. He shouts that he's done everything for Konami, that he's always tried his best. But then Konami speaks up, scaredly saying she prefers her other dad. And just like that, every last bit of hope inside Liam collapses. The next morning, Liam drags himself into work, hollow and broken. But things somehow get worse. He's called into a meeting with his boss, who accuses him of stealing company money, and it's 50 million yen. He tries to explain, insists he didn't do it, but the logs show the transfer came from his account. Using his work terminal, and the decision's already been made, and he's fired immediately. After that, Mika files for divorce, and she even has the audacity to sue him for child support for a kid that isn't even his. And since he's still being investigated for the embezzlement, Liam agrees to pay it all back to avoid going to jail. He takes the first job he can find, and it's back-breaking labor on a construction site, the kind that breaks men long before their debts are ever cleared. From here on, Liam's life becomes a slow collapse. All he has left is the occasional message from Nida. His friend sends him a cheerful update about the latest Gundam episode dropping, and for a moment, Liam considers replying. He even starts typing something about watching it together, like they used to. But then he stops and deletes the message because he doesn't want Nida to know just how far he's fallen. He tells himself to hang on, to push through. Maybe, just maybe, things will turn around if he works hard enough. But while he's eating lunch, he starts coughing hard and spits up blood. That's when he knows, whatever's coming next, it won't be better. At some night, Liam tries to get some rest, but the damn bloody coughing has gotten worse, and there's no point thinking about seeing a doctor because he can't afford treatment anyway. So all he can do is lie there, curled up in bed, waiting to die. But right as the last of his strength begins to leave him, a strange light appears above his bed, and it starts showing him visions. In these visions, the truth unravels. It wasn't him who stole the 50 million yen, it was his boss, the same bastard who's been sleeping with Mika. Every excuse she gave, every word about feeling unloved or neglected, was complete bullshit. She never cared about Liam, never even saw him as a real person because to her, Liam was just a wallet. She was part of the setup from the start, working with his boss to frame him for the embezzlement. Liam stares at the vision in disbelief, and his chest tightens, not from the sickness, but from the weight of betrayal. But then, a voice speaks to him, and a man appears out of the light and confirms that the vision is real. The man then asks Liam if he's really gonna just sit there and let the people who ruined his life get away with it.
Yes, he
Liam,
is.
completely drained and broken, clenches his fists. He's had enough, and at that moment, he swears that no matter what it takes, no matter what he has to become, he'll make them pay. The man smiles, pleased by the sheer force of rage Liam is radiating, and says he's glad he showed up tonight. But he still hasn't said who he is, so Liam asks him, who the hell are you? And why are you here? The man explains that he's just someone who took an interest in Liam because despite everything, Liam stayed a decent man. But Liam doesn't care about that anymore because living a decent life left him ruined. So if he had the chance to do it again, he'd put himself first for once in his life. And that's exactly what the man wants to hear. So he makes Liam an offer, a chance to start over in a new world, and all Liam has to do is pick one. Liam doesn't know if he's hallucinating or really dying. But if this is real, if he truly gets to choose, then he's going all in. He remembers Nida talking about other worlds before, one where Gundams exist. That sounds good enough, so he chooses that. The man nods. Says the world Liam chose is a hybrid of magic and advanced technology. One ruled by nobles and royals, where status and power decide everything. Normally, Liam might have ended up in a ditch or farm somewhere, but the man says he'll help a bit. He'll place him into the family of a count who governs an entire planet. Liam can barely believe it. For once, things might actually work out in his favor. Then, with what little life he has left, Liam signs the Ice Sky contract, and just like that, his soul leaves his body and heads off to a brand new world. Then we see on planet Hydra that Liam's 5th birthday has finally arrived, and his mom has put together a special celebration just for him. As part of the surprise, she calls him over and activates a levitation spell under her feet. Liam floats up after her, following closely into the next room. When they arrive, he's greeted by a massive birthday cake and a gigantic gift box right beside it. He rushes over, unwraps the present excitedly, and finds a sleek, metallic cube inside. His mom explains that it's the interface for customizing his very own AI maid. Using the cube, he can choose how she looks, what personality she has, and even pick out her specific features, like her ears, mouth, and other parts that are conveniently censored. Liam, a bit confused, asks why she's giving something like this to a 5-year-old, but she simply says it's important and doesn't elaborate. That's when his father walks in, saying he's got a birthday gift of his own, and it's not just any gift. He's offering Liam the entire Banfield estate. Liam is floored. He can't believe his father is actually ready to hand over everything to a child. He asks if his father is truly serious about making him the new count, and his dad nods. There's just one small catch. In exchange for giving up the title, he and Liam's mother want to retire quietly in a villa and live out their days stress-free. But to do that, they'll need a monthly allowance. So all Liam has to do is agree to pay them, and the title is his. Blinded by the idea of gaining power, Liam doesn't question it. He doesn't ask why any sane adult would hand an entire noble household over to a literal 5-year-old. So when his father pulls out a contract,
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Right now at Olive Garden, you can take care of 2 days worth of cravings. Because for a limited time, buy one, take one is here, starting at...
Liam signs it immediately without reading a single word. After it's signed, his dad takes the document, says goodbye, and heads off with his wife to their villa. Liam still hasn't realized he's been completely played, but in his mind, none of that matters because he's now officially a count, and he swears to abuse that title to the fullest, so no one can ever walk all over him again. He figures none of this would have been possible without that man, so he's actually grateful for what he sees as a fresh start. Unfortunately for Liam, that mysterious man isn't exactly a benevolent spirit. In fact, he feeds off human misery, and after sending Liam off to his new life, he turns his attention back to Earth, to Mika and Liam's old boss. The two are still out at a fancy restaurant, cracking up over the whole thing. Liam's boss jokes that maybe he went a little overboard ruining the guy's life, but Mika, she doesn't feel the slightest bit guilty. According to her, Liam deserved everything that happened, for wasting a decade of her life. But then, out of nowhere, the police surround Liam's former boss and slap him with an arrest warrant. The man tries to play it off like some massive misunderstanding. But the officers have already reviewed the surveillance footage, showing him framing Liam for the embezzlement. There's no wiggle room left, and he's going away for a long, long time. With her precious sponsor heading off to prison, Mika's little fairy tale collapses in seconds. No more free dinners, no more easy money, just cold, quiet misery. The guide, the being who orchestrated Liam's reincarnation, savors every drop of her downfall, because it's exactly the kind of delicious karma he lives for. Now, all that remains is to transport Liam's soul to his new life. But this isn't about redemption because the guide doesn't want Liam to thrive. He wants him to suffer more. The plan is to drop Liam into a harsher, crueler world, where lifespans stretch for centuries, meaning he'll have plenty of time to spiral into despair. And that's exactly what the guide wants, because he feeds on misery after all. Over in that new world, on a distant planet, the Go's pirate crew is in the middle of an invasion. Things are going well for them at first, until half of their soldiers suddenly blow up in a fiery mess. The pirate captain looks around in panic, and then he sees Christiana, the Princess Knight of Lead, hovering above the battlefield. Christiana is the first daughter of the Holy Kingdom, and a walking nightmare for anyone who dares cross her people. As soon as she enters the fray, the tide of battle flips instantly. Her blade moves like lightning, and the pirates drop like flies. Even as they begin to retreat, she commands her troops to continue the assault. Mercy isn't on the menu today because they need to send a message that no one dares to touch Leib's territory and live to talk about it. Meanwhile, back in Liam's new life, he finally receives his custom-made AI maid, and he's beyond hyped. The packaging looks underwhelming, basically a cube, but his butler assures him that all he has to do is touch it to activate the unit. As soon as he does, the box opens and a humanoid form lands gracefully on the floor. She introduces herself as Migi, and the butler officially informs Liam that she'll be serving as his personal assistant from now on. She requires weekly maintenance, but aside from that, she's fully operational around the clock for anything Liam needs. But Liam isn't really paying attention to the technical rundown. He's already halfway around her, eyeing her design like a man inspecting a luxury car. The butler cautiously asks what the hell he's doing, and Liam, without shame, admits he's just confirming whether the custom specifications he ordered were delivered as promised. The butler is horrified and tries to remind Liam to act appropriately in front of others. But Liam just nods, and then immediately asks Migi to follow him to his room for a full, hands-on examination in private. And seeing that shit, the butler sighs in silent despair, deeply concerned about what this innocent young master is about to become. A few hours later, Liam is relaxing while Migi gives him a shoulder massage. The butler steps in, asking what hell on earth they've been doing in here. Liam tells him not to stress. Sure, he looks like a little kid, but mentally he's 36. The butler isn't impressed and tells him 36 still counts as a baby around here. That totally throws Liam off. So Migi jumps in and explains that in this world, people live around 600 years. Most don't even get considered adults until they hit 100. Liam is stunned. He had no clue lifespans were that insane here, but honestly, he's not mad about it. It just means more time to try everything this world has to offer. And if he could keep Migi by his side through it all, that'd be even better. But the butler gives him a heads up, and it's probably not smart to get too attached to Migi. People in the Empire don't exactly love AI, and if word gets out that he's treating an AI like family, rumors are going to spread fast, and not the good kind. Liam didn't understand why AI were so despised, so he asked the butler to explain. He told Liam that a long time ago, AI nearly wiped out humanity in the Great Skynet War. People were enslaved, nearly erased. But in the end, a group of brave humans fought back and reclaimed their freedom. That group later formed the foundations of the Empire, so it wasn't surprising that nobles still carry a deep grudge against anything artificial. But if that was all true, Liam didn't understand why his mother would give him an AI as a birthday gift. The butler hesitates at
Dear Mommy, my teacher said to get you flowers for Mother's Day.
What's the ultimate music festival to go to? Let's go!
first, saying he's not supposed to talk about it. But Liam's not just a kid anymore, he's the Count now. So he pulls rank and orders the truth out of him. The butler gave in and revealed that Liam's parents had already abandoned him and fled. Liam asked what they were running from, and the butler explained that they left him with the entire debt of the Banfield family so they wouldn't have to deal with it themselves. Turns out, Liam's great-grandpa Alistair was a respected figure who accomplished a lot and built up the Banfield name. But Liam's father ruined everything. Once he took control of the family, he mismanaged everything and dragged the Banfield name into ruin. Now the family was drowning in debt, had lost all rights to farmable land in the frontier territories, and barely had any tax revenue left from industry. There was no feasible way to pay it all back. Liam had inherited a title, but it came with nothing but problems. Somewhere else on planet Hydra, a small group of locals are hanging out in a dimly lit bar, tossing back drinks and grumbling about the new leadership. Word on the street is that their fresh new lord is a literal 5-year-old. One guy at the table starts ranting about how much he can't stand this territory anymore. He remembers the last time they got a new ruler. Taxes went up for no damn reason, and nobody could do a thing about it. All they can do now is hope that this time around, things don't go straight to hell again. Back at the estate, Liam is still trying to process everything. If the Banfield domain has been broke for ages, why would his parents dump all of it on a 5-year-old kid? That's when the ugly truth clicks. Maybe that's why they even had him in the first place, just to make him the fall guy for their mess. In his past life, he was mistreated, used up, and discarded like trash. But this time, he promised himself that no one was going to use him and throw him away again. He turns to Migi and asks her to join forces with him to build a future where he's in control. Migi accepts immediately, saying that serving Liam gave her a real sense of purpose. For the first time, Liam felt like he had someone he could count on without question, and that thought brought him genuine comfort. He was looking forward to what they could accomplish together. But before they start working on his empire, Liam figures he should lay down a few ground rules, his own version of the classic robot laws. He starts with the standard, Migi must never harm a human being. But halfway through saying it, he stops and rethinks it. Honestly, he doesn't give a damn about the rest of humanity. So instead, he crafts his own personal version of the rules. Rule 1. Migi must never hurt him, no matter what. Rule 2. She has to follow every order he gives, as long as it doesn't break Rule 1. And Rule 3. She's allowed to protect herself, as long as it doesn't go against the first two. With that settled, Liam turns to Migi and tells her he's serious about rebuilding the Banfield territory. Since he's still pretty clueless about how this world operates, he asks if she's got any solid ideas to get things rolling. Migi runs a quick data search through her systems and eventually comes up with a potential solution. Before sharing it though, she gives Liam a heads up. It might clash with the Empire's traditional values since her logic is AI-based. Still, she's fully capable of providing high-level support when it comes to managing a domain. Hearing this, Liam admits he knows shit about how any of this works, so Migi suggests he start with an education capsule. It's a high-tech pod that can upload 10 years worth of knowledge into your brain in just half a year. Not only that, but it also enhances your physical condition while you're inside. Basically, it's like a hyper-efficient training simulator. Liam thinks it sounds perfect, but he's concerned about what will happen to the territory while he's out of commission. After a quick pause, he decides to give Migi temporary command while he's out of commission. Brian, the old butler, immediately freaks out. He's clearly not on board with handing over the reins to an AI, but Liam brushes off the concern. He says Migi would never mess anything up unless he told her to, and technically there's no law stopping an AI from stepping in temporarily. So for now, Liam is placing everything under her care. Soon after, the capsule is ready, and Liam prepares to dive in. But right before he enters, there's something he wants to ask Migi. He looks at her and asks if she can actually feel emotions, or anything close to it. Amagi replies that she isn't entirely certain, but when Liam asked her to be his partner earlier, her internal logs triggered a memory cache overflow, which in simple terms means it made her happy. Hearing that brings a smile to Liam's face, so he thanks her again and reminds her that he's trusting her with everything. Then, without hesitation, he steps into the capsule and begins his accelerated training. The scene shifts, and time has clearly marched on. Liam's intensive training has finally concluded, and the capsule slowly unlocks with a mechanical hiss. As the lid rises, the first person he sees is Migi, standing calmly in wait. Without wasting a second, Liam asks the question weighing on his mind: how long was he in there? Migi meets his gaze and answers plainly. It's been 2 full years since the day the capsule was sealed.
Oh, more cheese? The OM Cheeseburger for $11.99. Only at Applebee's.
Once he gets changed, she gives him a detailed update on how things have been running in the Banfield domain, and to his relief, everything's gone off without a hitch. Liam thanks Migi for managing things so smoothly while he was away. He says he'd like to go out and see the territory with his own eyes, so Migi decides to take him on a tour, starting with the battleship docks. It's Liam's first time seeing the place in person, and the thing that really catches his attention is the fleet of battle suits. Curious, he asks if he can test one out, and Migi is more than happy to set that up. She explains that the suit runs on neural prompts, and it responds to the user's thoughts, so as long as he imagines a movement, the system will carry it out. Liam gives it a try, and once the suit powers on, he starts walking around in it. Impressed, he mentions that he wishes he could spar with someone while using it, and Migi tells him that can easily be arranged. A few minutes later, Mashida, the planet's defense chief, shows up to be his sparring partner. The mock duel kicks off with Liam rushing in to land the first strike. Mashida blocks the hit, but then dramatically pretends to lose. His acting isn't exactly Oscar-worthy, and Liam instantly realizes the guy is holding back. He doesn't appreciate being humored, so he orders Mashida to go all in. Since it's a direct order, Mashida has no choice but to comply. Liam then charges again, but this time Mashida grabs the blade mid-swing, disarms him in a flash, and sends him tumbling. Liam can't believe how fast he got taken down, so Migi explains that the suit responds based on what the user can clearly visualize, and since Mashida has years of battle experience, his control is far more precise. Embarrassed and frustrated by the loss, Liam tells Brian to find him a professional combat instructor immediately. Brian tries to reason with him, saying there's really no need for a lord to personally learn how to fight, but Liam shuts that down fast. In his last life, he was stepped on by people stronger than him, and if he's going to rule this time around, and rule with authority, then he's going to make damn sure he can protect himself. Not long after, Liam gets introduced to a man named Yasushi, a supposed master of the Way of the Flash. Liam is over the moon he thinks Yasushi looks like a total badass, so he instantly introduces himself and says he wants Yasushi to be his swordsmanship teacher. Yasushi agrees right away, which makes Liam even more excited. But Migi doesn't share his enthusiasm. She thinks Yasushi is shady as hell. Liam doesn't exactly deny that, but since the guy looks like an old-school samurai, he's willing to let it slide. Still, Migi asks him to at least confirm that Yasushi is the real deal before bringing him on as a full-time instructor. Liam agrees, so he asks Yasushi to do a little demo to prove his skills. Yasushi nods and leads them to a quiet clearing in the forest, where several wooden posts are already lined up. Before he begins, he announces that he's about to show them his secret technique, the legendary way of the Flash. He also says he'll never demonstrate this move again, so Liam better pay close attention. Liam, wanting to capture every detail, tells Migi to start recording. Yasushi steps into position, slowly draws his blade just an inch, and then instantly sheaths it again. In the next blink, every post in the clearing splits clean in half. Liam's jaw practically hits the ground because the move looks impossible. He turns to Migi and asks her to play the footage back in slow-mo to see exactly what happened. But no matter how much she slows it down, Yasushi's sword never visibly leaves its sheath. Liam assumes that Yasushi must have been moving so fast that Migi's cameras couldn't keep up with him, so he's even more convinced that Yasushi is amazing and asks to become his disciple. Later that night, Yasushi heads back to the same clearing, grinning to himself. He can't believe Liam actually bought it. All he did was pre-cut the pillars earlier so they'd fall apart after the slightest nudge. Basically an internet shorts trick. Now, thanks to some flashy misdirection, he's locked in a sweet job with a noble's paycheck, and he doesn't even have to lift a finger. Meanwhile, on the far side of space, Princess Christiana arrives for a peace negotiation with the Goz pirates. Goz was the one who suggested the truce, but the second she steps on board, he mocks her for showing up alone. But Christiana, unshaken, tells him she didn't come alone, and if anything happens to her, the entire Allied fleet is ready to vaporize his ship on the spot. She thought this would give her the upper hand, but Goz doesn't flinch because he knows the Alliance isn't as loyal to her as she thinks. Right then, Christiana gets a distress signal pirates have breached her homeworld's defenses. She's stunned because the planetary shield should have made that impossible. But Goz just grins and explains that the alliance she worked so hard to build isn't as solid as she thought. Some of the member nations were all too eager to flip sides once Goz tossed a few incentives their way. Seconds later, her crew radios in with an update. Every allied ship nearby has turned their cannons on her. She's speechless because somehow Goz has flipped her entire army against her. So with her back against the wall, Christiana has no choice but to hear Goz out. Meanwhile, on Liam's side of the galaxy, training with Yasushi is kicking his ass. He's been swinging swords for years now, and still he can't pull off the legendary way of the Flash technique. He turns to Migi, hoping for some kind of tip or workaround, but she admits she doesn't have much insight into that move. After all, she's an AI, not a swordsman. For the past 3 years, Yasushi has only had Liam drilling the fundamentals over and over, and while that's improved his overall combat ability, as Amagi points out, Liam couldn't care less. Because he doesn't just want to be good, he wants a signature move that turns heads. Later that night, Yasushi is chilling in his room, flipping through some manga, still in disbelief that he's managed to coast this long. Sure, he's a fraud, but he's not completely useless because he knows enough about sword basics to fake it. And for the past 3 years, he's taught Liam entry-level techniques while raking in a stupid amount of money. So if everything goes well, he's hoping this scam runs for a few more years. But that dream nearly ends when Liam walks in and asks him, dead serious, to finally teach him the way of the Flash. Yasushi immediately panics and blurts out that he's resigning. He claims that since he already demonstrated the move once, there's nothing more to show. And if Liam isn't satisfied, there's no point in continuing as his instructor. But instead of firing back, Liam drops to his knees and sincerely begs Yasushi to forgive him for stepping out of line. Yasushi reluctantly agrees to let it slide, warning him not to make the same mistake again. Once Liam leaves the room, Yasushi exhales hard, genuinely rattled. That was way too close. He knows damn well he can't teach Liam a move he made up on the fly. Then, just as he starts to relax, Liam pops back in. Yasushi panics for a second, thinking he's been caught red-handed, but Liam just came to say he'll be out tomorrow and won't be able to train. Meanwhile, Christiana is being held prisoner aboard the Goz pirate ship, locked inside the captain's private quarters. She demands to know what he plans to do with her, and Goz just grins, saying he wanted her to have the best seat in the house. She's
New Game Plus, is that sniffing good?
Wow.
I got game, she got game, we got game. Everybody say, half price games, half price games. Half-price games, half-price games.
Confused until he gives the command for every ship under his flag to aim their cannons at her homeworld. The moment she realizes what's about to happen, Christiana panics and pleads with him to stop. But Goes couldn't care less. He gives the order to fire, and Christiana is forced to watch as her planet is wiped out before her eyes. Back on Liam's side of the galaxy, he's still stressing over the fact that he hasn't been able to pull off the flashy sword move yet, but he's got responsibilities to handle, so he tells Migi to hit him with the monthly status update. She pulls up a bunch of charts outlining the current condition of the Banfield domain. The debt situation is still just as ugly, but there's been a bit of consistent growth in production and development. Liam's relieved that things aren't going completely off the rails, and he compliments Migi on her efforts. But she says she's actually disappointed. Based on the size of their recent investments, especially in public welfare, the returns should have been way higher by now. Curious, Liam asks to see the breakdown for the welfare budget, and thanks to his prior life of crunching numbers non-stop, he catches the issue instantly. Something is fishy, so he tells Migi to bring in the noble managing that department, and soon enough, some noble who looks like a hungry pig comes in. Liam doesn't even bother playing nice, so he gives the guy one shot to explain himself. The noble tries to play dumb, but Liam lays it out. The financial records have been tampered with. The invoices don't add up, so it's clear the guy has been skimming money off the top. And what he thought was a clever cover-up is painfully obvious to someone who's spent years digging through corporate expense sheets. Liam also questions the vendor change, and the noble claims the new vendor was more efficient. But that doesn't explain why the results have tanked. So it's obvious that he made the change to get a cut from a vendor he controls. But strangely, Liam isn't all that pissed because deep down, he expected corruption. In fact, he came to this world hoping to become the type of corrupt noble people whisper about, and if he wants to become a true villainous lord, he needs to use his position like this pig did. Right then, Migi alerts Liam that the noble had actually been under investigation before for embezzlement, and Liam's shocked the guy still has his job. But the noble quickly explains that the case was wrapped up and blamed on his subordinate instead. Liam turns to Migi for confirmation, and she says it's true that the official report pins the blame on the subordinate, but no real evidence was presented. In fact, the noble had the man executed shortly after. Liam's seen this kind of tactic before, and he calls the noble out on it. He accuses him of setting up the fall guy just to save his own neck. The noble panics and starts babbling, and denies everything, but Liam's not buying any shit comes from his pig mouth, so he picks up his sword and starts walking toward the shitless pig. The noble starts pleading, trying to talk his way out of it, by claiming that this kind of thing is standard procedure, and all the nobles do it because it's just how the game is played. But Liam's had enough, and he's about to swing when Migi steps in and tells him to stop. The noble, thinking he's got an opening, starts shouting that Liam's just a kid and doesn't understand how the world really works. But before he can get another word out, Liam's sword flashes, and his head hits the floor. Still shaking with adrenaline, Liam gives a furious order. He wants Migi to investigate every single noble on the planet and execute every corrupt one she finds. Migi tells him that he needs to cool off first, and since this is Liam's first time actually killing someone, his body is frozen with tension, and he can't even release the grip on his sword. Migi gently helps loosen his hand, and when it comes to his earlier order, she explains that wiping out all the corrupt nobles would create a major problem. Pretty much all of them are dirty, so killing them all would leave the entire administration in chaos. But as a compromise, she proposes setting up a batch of AI dolls to take over the nobles' administrative roles, and Liam trusts her judgment and gives the go-ahead. Later, back at the battlesuit hangar, Liam is itching to get back into training. Now that he's gotten a solid grasp of sword basics, he wants to try again in a suit. But before he can get started, Yasushi strolls in and tells him that no real warrior would ever use one of those default automated suits because they're too reliant on AI. So Liam asks Mashida if there's another option. That's when he's told about a special battlesuit, one that belonged to his group.
What? I might gotta switch over to Discord. Then I hope it don't go off.
here, G. Like,
all right, welcome to Viltrum. Stop smiling so much, man. You gonna get his jump. Ain't nothing sweet around here. Sorry, bro. Just kind of excited. It's my first time here, man. Alright, we're at the playground. There's some friendly fades over there. Oh, we got unfriendly fades over there. Down right there, down here, that's the killing booth. Dang. Oh, we got a training area. You're not allowed to kill over there, though. If you do, we go shoot. The state building also has a rule. Man, the kids are strong as hell. Bro, what about the academics? What do you mean? I just said they know how to fight. And that's it? Is that the whole curriculum? No. That's only 95%. They also get lunch in a 30-minute segment of Blazing the Great Emperor Argo. There's a couple churches over there. Oh, wait. Y'all believe in God, too? Hey, no. We worship the Great Emperor Argo. Show up every Sunday. It's mandatory. Man, nah, bro. That's dead. I ain't gonna lie. You said what? Alright, you got that. You strong as hell. How did you even get that strong, man? Aren't you a half-breed? You see, human beings have this thing called adrenaline. It allows me to push past my normal limitations and get stronger the angrier I get. What? We have adrenaline too. What are you talking about? Oh. So how are you stronger than me? I'm a pure blood Viltrumite that's been training for centuries. I don't know. I just learned it more, I guess. What the? Alright, welcome to Viltrum. Stop smiling so much, man. You gonna get his jump. Ain't nothing sweet around here. I can't figure out where I was going. Under sneeze. I got to not to snot. Got a lot of snot. Well,
Place in the shell.
We're butt naked. We're butt naked, guys. We're butt booty, beer butt cheeks out naked.
trouble trying to sleep. Tossing and turning, think about which one I'ma kill first. I'm counting sheep while running now. You know, kill, that one need by him a pill first. As time ticks by, I go around with that fight. Still I try, no one die. And it's way too much my mind. Why just hold up on line? And I ain't never tried no dime. Plus I ain't on no time. It's on the hard, I've been grinding. Ain't no safety on they clothes, just like my block on fire. Front on that flip that car, send that bitch on fire. Having trouble trying to sleep. Doubled up my tolerance. I'm having trouble trying to geek. See my brother die, I ain't crying. I'm having trouble trying to weep. Talk online, call around, now it's trouble trying to speak. What the fuck?
charge. I'm gonna come back and go fool my order. I'm surprised you guys didn't turn off. What the hell? Must not have been gone that long. Alright.
As interesting and useful as that knowledge might be.
Got some snacks.
At Chomps, we believe every bite you take should be bursting with full of flavor and be a good source of protein. Grass-fed and grass-finished meat sticks, 0 sugar, and up to 12 grams of protein. Chomps, take bigger bites. Learn more at chomps.com.
To check on the Alki. They go with Emma and overhear the orcs talking about their upcoming training and how it's depressing to fight Makoto, since Tomo and Mio let themselves get hit, but they can't even get close to Makoto. On their way, they meet Tomo, who tells them that the Lizardman's situation is similar to the orcs. Makoto notes that the different races aren't exchanging information with each other, and Emma mentions that everyone prefers to keep their combat techniques hidden from the other races, but he thinks that it'll be interesting to see them trying each other's styles. So they gather all the lizardmen and orcs, and tell them they're doing a special training to see how powerful they are. Both sides send their most powerful warrior and the match begins. The fighters destroy the ring, which impresses Makoto, but he keeps a straight face because it's what Tomo asked him to do. The match ends with the orcs' victory, but Tomo isn't impressed and calls them both weaklings. She asks one of the orcs why they're weak, and he says that even though they seem weak to her, the match was incredible for them, but she says that they've yet to reach the level of strength that is expected of them. Makoto asks her not to go too hard on them, but she ignores him and says that they're expected to be strong enough so they can be relied upon. Since they can't measure their strength correctly by fighting the 3 of them, they will gather every week to fight against each other. Their strength will be measured, and they'll be given a ranking, saying it also applies to the dwarves and Alkies. Everyone is concerned that their fighting techniques will be exposed, but Tomo says that since they're so weak, they shouldn't worry about this. They'll prove their strength by winning in these matches, and the ones at the top of the ranking will be known as great warriors, and those who fail to show any results should find other work, because there are more ways to contribute than just being a warrior. Tomo's clone invites Makoto to say a few words, but he's too nervous, so he just agrees with Tomo, saying they don't have anything worth concealing, but he knows they can get stronger, so they should help each other improve. While he's thinking about what to name this new ranking system, Tomo tells everyone to get ready for the Dimension ranking, but Makoto isn't sure about the name. Upon retesting their levels, Mio is at level 1500, while Tomo is now at level 1340, which Makoto thinks is impressive since she increased her level by 20, while he is still stuck at 1. But Tomo isn't happy, because she expected a better result from her training. The receptionist mentions that the guild is short-handed, because most of their top members have left or are injured, so he's requested to train other adventurers, and Makoto says he knows a group of adventurers that can help. Makoto asks Tomo to train Toa and the others, so she thinks about looking for a place to train near the guild, but she remembers how Makoto reacted when he saw Toa, making her think that she must resemble someone from his previous life. She doesn't want anything to affect her time with him, so she thinks she needs to quickly make them strong enough and independent of Makoto. The training starts, and the group goes to fight a swarm of Shadow Tails, but Tomo has to step in and save them, after which she yells at them for their poor strategy. She decides to teach them basic tactics, so she tells Hazel to make a trap using water and earth magic, and tells Louisa to find a place with a clear view. She tells Hazel to add poison to the mud, and then lets them continue the fight. The monkeys step into the trap and can't move, giving Louisa a clear target to aim at, and the ones who survive are defeated by Nina, who hits them head-on, and Toa, who uses her thief skills to conceal herself and attack from behind. She tells Hazel that by using this strategy, he can use offensive magic freely, because he doesn't have to heal anyone except Nina, so they defeat all of their enemies following her strategy. After their successful mission, she tells them they'll find another nest on their own, because even if their level isn't high, they should continue challenging their limits and prove they're the best. Tomo returns to the guild, and informs the receptionist that she's assigned the job of defeating the Shadowtail nests to Toa and her team. The receptionist is shocked, because she doubts they're strong enough for the task, but she's surprised when the group shows up with the tails of 2 monkey lords, proving that they cleared 2 nests.
On the other hand, Makoto tells Mio to go to the Tineract forest and find the ambrosia flower, because he wants it to become their signature product. He goes...
Autodesk Fusion for Manufacturing integrates design, documentation, machining, additive, and nesting workflows into a...
Goes to see Patrick and requests to rent one of their stores, but Patrick wonders why he doesn't want to buy his own shop. We see Makoto learn from the Merchant Guild's receptionist that if someone buys their own shop, the government will ask them to spy for them if they're in the Island Kingdom. Patrick tells him there's a neutral city that isn't tied to any country, and he thinks it would be perfect for him to start his store. He even knows someone in that city, so he asks Makoto to wait until he can contact him. Meanwhile, Mio reaches the Tineract forest, but she doesn't like it because there seems to be nothing tasty there. A human party also enters the forest, and they are watched by two elves, who don't seem happy about them trespassing. The party is soon defeated, and one of the elves named Aqua tells her partner Eris that their enemies are alive, but she wouldn't have hesitated to kill them if they'd laid their hands on the Crimson Lotus. A party is held to celebrate Makoto's new company, and he thanks everyone. He's a little shy, so he asks Tomo to speak with everyone since it's her specialty, but she tells him that everyone wants to hear his voice. Tomo's clone brings him a drink, and he pats her head, which makes Tomo happy because they're connected. Mio gets jealous and brings out a dish, which she had discovered inside. She thinks she should feed it to him, but he eats it himself, making her sad. Tomo takes Mio away from Makoto, because she wants everyone to spend time with him. The Aoki Akina approaches him, and mentions that she can now maintain her human form for a longer time. She also gives him a report of their journey to the Tineract forest, and reveals the location of the ambrosia flower. She wanted to bring him a sample, but couldn't because the forest is ruled by another race. Makoto wonders if all the Aokis have gotten used to living in the demi-plane, and she tells him that they've adjusted well, all thanks to him. The lizard man Liddy also appears before Makoto to thank him, because he learned new techniques in their joint training. He reveals that he's even getting trained in unarmed combat by Tomo, but this worries Makoto, because he doesn't want everyone to become like her. Biren wonders if he likes staying in Sage, and he says that it's a good place to live, but sometimes Mio and Tomo cause problems. He wonders if Biren and the others are becoming bored since they never leave the demi-plane, but Biren considers the place a paradise, and says they don't need anything else. He's happy to craft weapons for everyone, but is also interested in the weapons of the outside world, so Makoto allows him to work in their new shop at Sage. Later on, an orc tells him that he's the new guide for the adventurers in Mirage City, a fake town created to trade goods that exist only in the demi-plane with the outside world. Makoto thanks him for his services, and he's glad to be useful. The whole crowd starts shouting, and they all want to talk with him. Mio complains to Tomo that she wanted to be the one to give the report about the ambrosia flower and the people guarding it, but Tomo tells her they should wait until they're sure. Suddenly, they stop sensing Makoto's presence, which makes them worried. His presence returns, and quickly they rush to his location, where they find him practicing archery. Mio hugs him while crying, and he wonders what happened. Tomo wonders how he practices his archery, and he tells her that he focuses on the target by emptying his mind, so she realizes that he's making his consciousness vanish and reappear to shoot his targets. Mio notes that a person can only do this if they're dead, so when he was practicing, it felt like he'd died. Makoto assures them he's fine and they don't need to worry, but Tomo tells him that his mana capacity is increasing. She notes that a person's mana is normally fixed and can't be increased, but by experiencing death and rebirth, his mana has increased and is now comparable to that of the goddess. The demi-plane has also expanded, and if the goddess finds out about this, she won't be happy, so they must suppress his mana. The next day, Makoto buys supplies for his store, but he's mentally exhausted since he can't practice archery, and because Mio keeps making moves on him. He's lost in thoughts when a bag belonging to a demi-human comes flying towards him. He returns it to its owner, and sees the demi-human's face, which makes him realize that he looks similar to them. A girl starts hitting on Makoto, making him notice he's in a red light district, but before things go too far, he's taken away by Tomo and Mio. They get angry at him and wonder if they aren't good enough for him. He considers them his family, but is embarrassed to say this, and instead tells them that they have nothing to do with what he was doing.
This makes them furious, and they tear apart his clothes, but before they can do anything, he runs away by creating a mist gate. Emma sees Makoto hanging on a tree, and from the pink mist and spider webs, she understands the situation. She tells him that his protective gear is ready, so he goes to Rugu. He tries his new gear and is pleased with it, but suddenly Mio arrives and apologizes for the previous night. He says it's alright, but tells her not to do it again. He asks her about the race guarding the ambrosia flowers, and she tells him to leave that to her, but he gets scared of what she'll do and decides to go with her. They soon reach the Tinnarak forest, and because they sense someone following them, they decide to get out of their sight. They find the ambrosia flowers, and Makoto feels someone must be taking care of them because of how great they look. He gets a flashback, where we see him holding his sister's hand, so he asks her to hold his hand, since the ground is slippery. She gets...
I'm not gonna lie, this anime looks boring. Like, oh, you don't want somebody getting cheated on while I fold clothes. I'm sorry that there's people that cheat in the world. I just feed off of what they do. So if they were to stop, I wouldn't have anything to watch.
This is Khan, a true gamer with top-tier skills. Unfortunately, he talks too much, so he gets slapped by monsters before he can use his abilities. Suddenly, he meets a girl named Flame. She comes to find Khan to ask him for a favor. With his love for girl, of course, no guy would refuse. He then sits down to chat with her and lets her know that he is a responsible person, not just in games but in real life too. So she immediately reveals that the favor she wants to ask is in real life. He is excited and happy because he thinks that after nearly 20 years of being single, he can now experience what it's like to have a girlfriend. She hopes he can help her because if he can, she's willing to give up something very important. He then asks her where she wants to meet him, and she says they will meet soon. Suddenly, Khan falls into another world where a swordsman is on a mission to protect a princess who is running away. 2 modern tanks are chasing them and deploying soldiers to surround their group. The swordsman and his men stand up to protect the princess, but the enemy commander has already taken care of all his comrades, leaving only him and the princess. He knows the swordsman is the sword Saint Lane, and out of respect, he will let him live on the condition that he hands over the princess. He refused and prepared for a one-on-one duel with him. Unexpectedly, Khan and his chair fall straight onto the head of the enemy commander. Lane quickly takes the princess away, but she wants him to save Khan too. So he turns back, throws a rope, and pulls him along. Khan is then constantly bombarded with questions about who he is, where he came from, and what the light he appeared in was. But he is the one who needs to ask where this is. He hears an unfamiliar name and thinks he might be dreaming. A little girl comes up and punches him to make him realize this is not a dream. He's about to hit back when Lane threatens him because this is Princess Pyria. He doesn't believe the princess is this violent little girl because the princess looks more like the girl over there. But that's Maria, the princess's maid, and she's not a girl but a trap. To make sure, Maria lets him feel down there, making him lose all faith in life. He's fallen into a confusing situation and met some strange people. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy from earlier has returned to report to the commander about the mission's failure due to being hit on the head by a stranger. But he tells it as if he was caught off guard, which is why he lost. So the commander wants to see who could catch the blue-haired guy off guard. During this time, Khan learns that Lane is escorting the princess to a wedding with a neighboring country to form an alliance, and it seems the group attacking them are rebel insurgents. He thinks the princess is older than him, but the little girl is only 8 years old. He thinks this is illegal, but the princess says she's okay. They still want to do something to repay Khan, so he decides to ask them to buy him a pair of shoes. The group then enters a town and goes to a shop to buy shoes for Khan. Since everyone is choosing ridiculous pairs for him, he boldly chooses the most expensive pair in the store, and the pair he gets looks quite rugged. Suddenly, Lane senses someone following them and signals Khan to prepare to run. The group then runs into an alley and ambushes the two followers. The enemy then pours in, forcing Lane and Maria to stand up and deal with them, while Khan stays behind to watch over the princess. The group then follows Lane to the underground sewer and finds their way to the edge of the city. However, this place is strange as there are no guards. Khan doesn't want to waste time, so he runs out to check and calls the group to follow. However, as soon as they come out, the enemy commander appears. He is Eric, and he's stronger than the guy Khan took down earlier. Maria and Lane stand up to face him. He confidently deals with Lane and activates his sword to knock him and Maria down in one strike. Khan is also struck down by his sword. He's disappointed because he thought Khan would be a little stronger. He then approaches the princess, but Khan continues to stand up without giving up. Admiring his perseverance, Eric decides to use a stronger move. But as he stands preparing his move, Khan approaches and kicks him straight in the groin, causing him to pass out and allowing the group to leave. Lane is surprised that he could take down someone as tough as Eric, but Khan finds it normal. He also steals Eric's fancy sword for future use. Princess Furia decides to appoint Khan as her knight from now on, and he's not allowed to refuse because Lane is ready to send him off if he disobeys. But he's determined to refuse at all costs because he doesn't want to be a servant to this little girl. A few days later, Eric wakes up and remembers being kicked in the groin by Khan. The doctor then comes to deliver the bad news that they had to remove one of Eric's testicles. Hearing that he now only has one jewel left makes Eric very bitter, and he swears to take revenge on Khan. Meanwhile, Khan is still grumbling about not wanting to be a servant to this little princess, even if it's He thinks his task now is finding a way back to his old world, but Lane points out that he doesn't have any clues about that yet, so he might as well go along with their group. However, the princess wants him to serve her, and she'll provide for his food and clothing. He still refuses because he has his own self-respect. No one stops Khan from leaving because Lane still wants them to continue to the capital and avoid the rebels by any means possible. Eric has now returned to the ranks, and everyone believes he lost because he was played dirty. But the more he stands listening to his subordinates talk, the paler he gets. He then walks away, leaning to one side, which looks very funny. Back to Khan. He's sitting listening to music when suddenly Maria comes to find him. It's unclear whether to call Maria he or she. Specifically, Maria wants Khan to go with her for a while. Maria asks if Khan feels uncomfortable going with them, and he says he doesn't exactly hate it. He just doesn't like being seen as a servant. He is then led by Maria to the carrier pigeons, but here they are enormously large. Maria wants to call for more help to make it easier to reach the capital. Meanwhile, Eric has gone to meet his superiors, and he knows he must quickly capture the princess and also reclaim the sword from Khan. But he's confident Khan won't know how to use it. Khan and Lane have then started researching how to use this sword. He notices the sword has a trigger and below it is a ball. This is used to absorb and transmit energy. He tried pulling the trigger and swinging the sword, but it's no different from when he normally swings a sword. But Khan knows this stone is very valuable, so he wants to remove it from the sword and sell it. Suddenly, the princess comes to find him and asks him to follow her for a while. They climb a watchtower, and the princess shows him that this peaceful scenery is what she's protecting. If she can't participate in the marriage, there's a high risk of war breaking out. Therefore, she's willing to sacrifice her hymn H to protect this whole world. So she wants Khan to continue helping protect her. But the problem is that he doesn't have any special powers. The 2 times he saved her were just luck. Suddenly, at this moment, Eric brings an entire tank to attack the city to force Khan to show himself. The other guy is now also with someone else looking for Khan in the small alleys. Khan has now joined forces with Lane, and they know that if they run away now, this town will be in danger. Suddenly, the group has a bomb dropped right at their feet, so they have to run away and unfortunately end up standing right in front of Eric. He aims the cannon at Khan, but fires off target onto his subordinate on the rooftop. He knows he missed because he's off balance. He fires a second time and misses again, so Lane decides to clear the way for Khan to charge in and fight. He believes Khan will somehow be able to use this sword. He then charges up, dodges bullets, and slashes one of the tank's wheels. Khan has activated the sword in some miraculous way and then charges forward, but the sword suddenly turns into a stone club, causing him to lose balance and fall. He picks it up again and charges forward, swinging the club to destroy Eric's tank. Eric still isn't defeated and steps out to fight him one more round. Khan realizes the way he walks is the consequence of his kick last time, so he stands still and lets him lose balance and miss. Khan decides to cure his balance problem by smashing his other side, causing him to be in pain and pass out on the spot. Eric's subordinates once again decide to retreat and promise Khan they'll meet again. After that, the Khan group also left, and he decided to help the princess's group, but in return, they had to find a way to help he return to him. Old World. She agreed and told he that he needed to go to the capital with her, which was not far from where the Khan group was. A girl had been observing and following the group. She sent her flying squirrel or flying mouse to approach Khan. Khan then wondered if he could return when he reached the capital, but that was a matter of luck. However, that place would surely have some clues. The group then encountered the flying squirrel mouse, and both Lane and Maria found it cute and wanted to keep it as a pet. But Khan firmly refused and argued that they shouldn't disrupt the natural order like that. Wild animals should be left in their natural environment to survive and grow stronger in the wild. He came up with a bunch of reasons to prevent them from adopting it and then chased it away. That night, while Khan was sleeping, the creature found its way to his room. In the morning, he was startled and shouted when he found the squirrel mouse had come to him. Although he tried to shout and chase it away, Maria extended her hand to welcome it and decided to keep it at all costs, regardless of whether Khan agreed or not. He continuously painted the worst scenarios of keeping this creature, but Maria still refused. Lane then told a legend about a hero. The story of how famous that person was contrasted with how nonsensical it seemed to Khan when he heard that the hero liked cats. In short, Lane also agreed to keep the squirrel mouse. With 2 against 1, the princess also sided with the other 2. Khan absolutely disagreed and vowed not to coexist with this animal. He then went out to buy some hunting equipment because he didn't believe that a top server player in the hunter category like he used to be couldn't hunt a small animal. Lane asked what he was planning to do, and he just said he was going hunting for a bit. He then carried a net into the room to find the squirrel mouse, but was confronted by Maria pointing a gun at him, asking what he was planning. He then went to prepare poison to trick the squirrel mouse, but the princess caught him and wanted him to taste it if it wasn't harmful. The princess then had to gather the group and ask why Khan hated this squirrel so much. So he had to confess that he was allergic to pets, but everyone saw that he wasn't affected when he was near the squirrel mouse. Everyone then wanted him to stop making excuses and tell the truth, so he had to tell his story. When he was Him-Ji, on a rainy day, he found 2 abandoned cats on the street. He was kind enough to take them home and raise them. However, everyone wondered what tragedy had occurred at this point. Did they get sick and die, or did his family object and not allow him to keep them? No, he hated them because he had raised them so much but never received any affection from them. Everyone thought this might be an opportunity for him to change his perspective. He wasn't sure if he could really change, but he still agreed to listen to the other 3 and extended his hand to make peace with the squirrel. But it immediately bit his hand, making him extremely angry and grabbing a mace to fight with it. He wanted it to disappear if it lost, and if he lost, it still had to disappear. Lane and Maria wanted him not to be so petty and to set proper conditions, so he agreed to let it stay if it won. He then continuously swung his hammer and destroyed the floor. Everyone wanted him not to be too rough, but he didn't listen. He was scratched once by the squirrel lunging at him. He kept attacking but couldn't land a single hit. Just when he had cornered it, he missed again because it jumped up and kicked him in the face, knocking him unconscious. He then lost and had to accept letting it follow the group. He still vowed to kill it if he had the chance. The journey afterward was not very smooth as the squirrel mouse and Khan constantly quarreled with each other. Everyone now thought of one thing: they had to name this squirrel mouse. Everyone came up with silly names, so Khan argued that naming should be done carefully and properly, and above all, it should only be 4 syllables long. If no one could come up with a proper name, he would call it Pet. No one objected much, and they continued on their journey. While Eric was leading the blue-haired person back to his mansion, Eric reunited with his fiancée there, and she was very sorry to hear that Eric had been slandered on the battlefield. If she knew that her fiancé had just lost 2 more gems, who knows how much more sorry she would be. When Eric went into the house, his fiancée, having heard that Eric was wounded, wanted to apply medicine to his wounds. He was afraid that if he revealed now that he had lost the most precious thing, he would lose his fiancée forever, so he decided to hide it at all costs. However, his refusal made her somewhat sad. Later, as Eric was about to leave with the blue-haired person, the butler noticed that Eric's fiancée seemed sad about something. Not wanting to leave his fiancée alone, Eric invited her to join him in the carriage for sightseeing. Sitting in the carriage, Eric constantly thought about what would happen if he told the truth to his fiancée. Surely she would be disappointed and abandon him. While camping by the lake, his fiancée asked Eric how many children he wanted in the future. But hearing this made Eric's heart ache even more because he wondered if he could even have any children in his current condition. Eric didn't want to talk about this, but his fiancée thought Eric meant that children were a gift from heaven and they couldn't decide for themselves. Eric, feeling a pang in his heart, left for a moment to ask heaven how he should answer his fiancée. Noticing Eric's strange behavior, his fiancée asked the blue-haired person where Eric was wounded, but the blue-haired person didn't know either. The blue-haired person also told her the name of the person who had caused Eric's predicament and why Eric was defeated. That evening, upon returning, Eric met 2 acquaintances, Limpus and Ella. Hearing about Eric's injury, Ella gave him a box of traditional medicine that only needed to be taken orally. Eric happily accepted it, which made his fiancée even sadder. The blue-haired person asked the butler about these 2 people, and learned that they were distant relatives of Eric. Limpus then told the butler to prepare a feast for dinner that night, but the ultimate purpose of Limpus and Ella was more sinister. Specifically, the medicine given to Eric earlier was a stimulant, and Ella would have the duty of seducing Eric to become his bride and take over the family's reputation, while Limpus would take advantage of this to approach Eric's fiancée and marry her. Later, Ella brought the medicine to Eric and lured him to lie on the bed. She then wore only her underwear and began to wrap herself around Eric, but Eric pushed her away. However, Limpus rushed in and started making a fuss about this. Eric's fiancée ran away in sadness, while Limpus didn't believe any of Eric's excuses, saying that only if that part was weak would it not be affected by the medicine. Hearing this, Eric felt a pang in his heart and decided to challenge Limpus to prove his innocence. Limpus accepted the challenge and arranged to meet Eric in the forest the next day. Limpus had anticipated this, so when leaving, he told his sister the reason he was confident in challenging Eric was because Eric valued honor while he didn't. The blue-haired person overheard this and reported it to Eric. Eric had also suspected this, but still had to fight to find a way to apologize to his fiancée. The next morning, Eric and the blue-haired person met Limpus and his sister in the forest. The blue-haired person blamed this situation on Limpus's setup, but since he admitted to it anyway, Eric had to accept the deal and fight. Eric then wanted to fight Limpus, but Limpus called out a muscular man to fight in his place. Not only that, but the muscular man also called out more accomplices, and so on until Eric had to fight 7 men. However, Eric was not intimidated and charged forward, knocking each one to the ground with a single blow. But Limpus then summoned a demonic chicken to fight Eric. Eric was gradually losing strength and couldn't hold out much longer, but his fiancée and the butler arrived to cheer him on. Empowered, Eric continued fighting, but suddenly the chicken ran towards his fiancée, causing Eric to awaken some kind of power to rush over, intersect, and slash down the chicken. Eric then approached Limpus to ask if he admitted defeat, and Limpus conceded. But as Eric turned away, Limpus kicked him in the groin. However, a person who had lost everything no longer felt pain as he once did. Eric defeated Limpus and approached his fiancée. The butler wondered why Eric didn't feel pain when kicked in the vital spot, to which Eric claimed he had trained for it. The blue-haired person had to admit and called Eric a man of steel. The next day, Eric and the blue-haired person set off to return to their mission. Eric now happily accepted medicine from his fiancée to make her feel better and promised to return someday. Eric and the blue-haired person then headed to a hot spring to cleanse their bodies. The rebel council now hears news that the princess is being protected by a powerful warrior. This warrior is very mysterious and can use energy weapons. They have no information about this person, so they decide to send someone to deal with the situation quietly to avoid Eric finding out. They fear Eric's honor would be damaged if they spoke up. They then went to the prison and released a cannibal to hunt down Khan's group. Back to Khan's group. He now knows the princess's plan is to take He to the capital and find a way to help He fly up to the Sky City, as that place might know something about He falling from the sky. From now until then, do him. Bodyguard job for her well. The cannibal has spotted the group and is following them. They later arrive at an inn and stay there today. Khan asked Lane how long they still have to travel, and he said 2 months if there are no setbacks. Khan complains because it's too long, but he wants He to focus on protecting the princess, as she trusts He very much. Suddenly, Maria runs in to report that the princess has reached that time. Khan doesn't understand, but is dragged along to see. Everyone comes to look, but he sees the princess looking completely normal. Lane had to pull He outside to prevent He from angering the princess. He wondered about the princess looking completely normal. Then Lane asks if he noticed the tuft of hair on the princess's head. He did notice, but before they could explain in detail, the princess complained of hunger and both quickly ran to the kitchen to find food. Despite Maria taking out all the food in the kitchen, it still wasn't enough. Maria then told the chef that they would rent out the entire place for a day and the inn shouldn't accept any more guests. Maria also asked Lane and Khan to go buy more food. As soon as they left the inn, the cannibal approached. Lane and Khan have now bought food and returned. Lane explains that the princess is in her hyperactive period, and although he has never seen her during this time, he's heard from others that it's terrifying. They need to avoid upsetting her because once the third tuft of hair stands up on her head, everything will be over. When they return, Maria has cooked a lot and asks them to bring it to the princess. As soon as they bring it in, she demands something bigger. Khan places a plate of food down and it disappears instantly, so he has to go back to the kitchen. Maria's hands are numb, but she still has to keep cooking. Khan keeps bringing food up and it keeps disappearing, making him start to grumble. The second tuft of hair stands up and Lane starts to worry. The princess now forces him to say meow after every sentence. Although Lane knows this will make him look like a clown, he doesn't want to risk his life, so he tries his best to meow. She then makes Pet act like a bird, so it starts chirping and trying to fly. Maria has cooked so much that she's going crazy, but Khan now thinks the princess is just growing and eating a bit more, so they don't need to indulge her too much. He decides to handle this himself. He goes to the princess's room and says he understands her current situation, but she shouldn't trouble others. She needs to help the other two, and the first thing is to help him carry these dishes down to the kitchen. Maria and Lane are shocked because the princess actually helps Khan. After she returns to her room, the other two advise Khan not to do such reckless things again if he doesn't want to die. He then wants both of them to go rest and not worry. The lights are out and the cannibal finally acts. He sneaks in and discovers someone in the kitchen. He goes to check and sees Maria still cooking there. He rushes to stab her, but Maria throws a ladle of soup at him, causing the meat skewer to fall on his face. Flour then falls on his head and Maria, angry, goes to beat him up and demands he leave immediately if he values his life. He fearfully runs away and then decides to change his target. He caught Lane's eye and he angrily strode over, demanding that he leave immediately if he didn't want to die. But he thought that warning was just a threat, so he ran away and then reached the princess's room. He knew the princess was in bed, so he approached intending to assassinate her. But the third tuft of hair stood up, and the nightmare truly began. Khan was going to the bathroom when suddenly that guy rushed over and clung to him. He begged Khan for help, so Khan thought he was hired by those two to scare him about the princess affair. Khan then followed him to the princess's room to find her, but he didn't see her in bed. He went to the window to check and saw that Guy had been frightened unconscious by the princess. She then toyed with Khan and lunged at him. Khan saw the 3 tufts of hair and knew what had happened, so he jumped out the window to escape. The assassination plan had failed, and no one ever saw that assassin again after that. A few days later, the group arrived at a hot spring town. This was the largest hot spring area on the entire continent. Khan didn't seem to like this place much because he came here with kids and men but no girls. He asked Lane about services for men and Lane pointed to the area across the way. Lane then led them to the hotel where he usually stays when visiting here. The staff guided the whole group to their rooms. Khan wondered if Maria would bathe in the men's or women's section, but Lane informed him that Maria and the princess already had bathtubs in their room, while he and Khan would be in this small room and use the outdoor bath. Khan eagerly jumped in, but Lane wanted him to sit still and enjoy it. He felt nostalgic because he had gone to a hot spring with his family once before. As he sat listening to Lane talk, suddenly his thing stood up. Worried that Lane would notice, he asked to leave early. He was concerned his sexuality was bending, so he had to find a way to fix it urgently. But he remembered Lane saying this hot spring also helps awaken him. Suddenly he saw Eric walking by, so he hid in a corner. He couldn't believe the guy he hated most was here, and since he had played dirty tricks on him twice before and made him lose 2 gems, he had a feeling he wouldn't be able to trick him again this time. He then ran back to the princess's room and asked to hide there temporarily. But the 2 inside were having too much fun to hear anything, so he had to go look for Lane again. But he had left the bath and Khan was sure he had gone to the entertainment area earlier. He then saw Eric coming in, so he had to hide. As soon as Eric entered, Khan noticed he was trying to beg the gods to grant a miracle for his brother to return to normal. It seemed pitiful, but oh well. Khan then ran to the reception desk and asked them to tell the princess and Maria.
Cancer boy.
The story begins as a boy named Takudo plays a video game in the hospital. He gets tired and falls asleep, but when he wakes up, he finds himself in an unfamiliar forest. Having spent a long time in the hospital bed, he likes the fresh air of this place. But a girl suddenly arrives there, and Takudo recognizes her as Atu. Takudo explains that Eternal Nations is the game he kept playing while he was bedridden, and it's an empire management simulator set in a dark fantasy world. He can't believe that he's in his favorite game with his favorite character. Atu calls him king, and he wonders if he should roleplay, but seeing him confused, Atu assures him that it's alright. He reveals that he was the first to clear Nightmare difficulty using the toughest civilization, Minagra, the civilization of ruin. Atu notes that his brilliant strategies have placed him at the top of the official leaderboards, and she calls him the legendary player Takudo. He wonders how she knows this, and Atu mentions that she remembers every word that he said to her. Takudo tells her that perhaps he used her as his character because he wanted to become strong like her, and he is glad that they're able to talk face to face. She is also glad to meet him, and he wonders if this is heaven, asking if she is the one who summoned him to this world. Atu informs him that she also suddenly found herself in this place, but she doesn't think that it's heaven, because it looks more like the world of Eternal Nations. Atu thinks it's a miracle, and she is just happy to meet him. She says that she has no idea what this place is, but she just wants him to start over with her and build an empire just for the 2 of them. Takudo is also clueless about this place, and he has no idea what's going on. But since he is already here, he wants to do it again. He wishes to recreate his blissful days, and he agrees with Atu's idea of building a nation just for the 2 of them. Atu then gets into character, telling him that she will serve him from this point on. But Takudo thinks it's embarrassing to act like this in real life, which she agrees. Takudo confidently declares her his only vassal and confidant, and he tells her that although everyone calls them the most evil empire, they specialize in internal affairs, so they both believe they should shut in. After that, Takudo summons a long-legged bug as a scout, using emergency production, but they both find it disgusting. He explains that Minagra is a peaceful civilization that governs over evil and ruin, so they need to act with that in mind. Atu realizes that it means they must avoid being detected early in the game, which Takudo agrees with. He commands the scout to gather information on the surrounding area, and she reminds it not to disappoint their king, so it immediately rushes out. Atu is glad to see see that it listens to orders, and Takuto thinks that it's just like the game, stating that he can also see the scout's vision to some extent. Takuto reveals that they had a total of 200 MP, and he used 100 MP to summon the scout. While it will cost them 20 MP to set up their initial base, Atu thinks the emergency production is costly, and Takuto tells her that he wanted to summon a warrior, but he can't do that with their limited mana. She feels sorry because normally she would be confident in taking care of things in the fighting department, but since they are starting afresh, she is not strong enough right now. He states that she is from the hero unit, so she will grow stronger with time, but right now her level is only 3, and if a powerful enemy shows up, their empire will be destroyed. Takuto thinks the difficulty level is quite high, which worries him, but she asks him to cheer up. Meanwhile, the scout continues to check the surroundings, and Takuto gets a general idea of the area around him. He is surprised that there is nothing but trees out there, and Atu thinks trees are good for hiding, but she also finds it strange that there are no signs of wildlife. Takuto informs her that there is also no food here, so they will have to continue scouting for a while. Atu apologizes that she can't be of more help in this, and he mentions that it's fine, because it's already a huge help to have her by his side. She is extremely happy to hear it, and he is surprised to see this side of her, because he couldn't grasp it.
Oh, it might be time for roleplay. Yep. T-shirt. Tight and shit. Wait, I'm about to gather my clues because I did invite people. Oh, you probably got some sort of band. What car are we most recently talking about? Not Hellcats, BMW? I don't know. No, it's Bronx. I mean, I got bread on there. There's no point in playing it. Right. Bronxster. Why he telling us he needs some money? Like that's my problem. Nigga, you think I gave niggas money before? Not niggas I don't know at least. You might help me build the table. What makes you think you about to eat there? Yeah, but if you wasn't there to build a table, what makes you think you could eat there? Now, if he was a real nigga, you would know that's facts. Time to get some get back. Nigga, that wasn't me. I'm on, nigga, this is a Greenville post. I think he joined the wrong post. Real script. Yeah, I'm at the dealership. What game are you playing? If you're how are you shooting at niggas in Greenville? How is you shooting at niggas in Greenville? No. They took the guns out the game. Oh wait, give me a second. I'm upgrading my ship, my boat car. I guess I don't know what to call this. Nah, we can rob big stuff. Let's good, Trey. Thank you. Alright. We doing the RP. They don't know about the drop dick method, bro. These some ooh. I know you do. Just drop dick on it. If you drop balls, you get. If your balls ever drop, I don't know. This car's angles is so retarded. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, this is me, I'm pimping. Yeah, the angles on this car are so bad, bro. Oh yeah. What, are you broke or something? Oh, Rolls Royce. Here, yeah. So you actually got one? To me, these Beamers and these $100,000 cars are showing off because I don't come from an area where you just see these nice ass Cullinans and shit. Nah, nigga, a nice car to me is a BMW M340i. A nice car to me is a Hellcat C8. Who asked? If you wanted it, keep it. I saw. No, fictionals for most card games are ass. The fictionals in Southwest are ass. No, I didn't sell mine because I still need a Hellcat. They're just ass fictionals. Not anymore. I don't know when they're gonna add them, but everybody's waiting on them. Nah. Remember, they took them out the game. The real fictional, first fictional Hellcats they took out the game. Yeah, because the other ones aren't really fictional looking. They just have fictional badging. Turn out the lights. Yes. Yeah. He got stars in it. He got a keyboard, I think. I'll turn them on. Don't worry, I'm in the car. What color you want? What color you want? Nigga, what? You should have an off color. You shouldn't have it. Alright, you was a weird person, but I'll rock with you. I'll rock with you. You weird. Bro, I'll do like purple. Let me bring out my car with the stars in the ceiling. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm gonna put purple on top for sure, because it's green. This is a BMW X5M. But my car tough. You can change it. It's Bayra. You're looking for Bayra. You're an odd person. Cause you buy the base, you buy the base model first. It's the Y50F or Y50W. It's the newest one though. I want to let you play my music. Play my music. Where my music at? Oh yeah, we gotta hurry up and get to the house. I know, but we still gotta get to the house. You guys want to live together like roommates? Bring out something sporty, bro, for the garage. McLaren or Mercedes? Alright, I'm gonna go grab the house, then I'm gonna bring you guys to the house. You're a waste of money. What's your? You're wasting money. I just grabbed the house. I'm gonna way back to the dealership. Oh, wait, now I'm gonna try it. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at, Trey? Dealership. You got your car yet? What car you getting? Huh? Like, can you say words? Where you at? You know, you. Yes. How you that? When that happened? Where you at, Trey? head over toward 6 states, I guess. Three, 2, 1, go. You were too slow. You're too slow. You're too slow. You're too slow. You're too slow. We're at the next stop. Yeah, by Leo's Diner. Yo, I think this is Paul Walker Brothers. Yes, he did. Nah, he said he had a pool. He had a pool. Oh. You're not training your dad. You don't have a keyboard? Let me finger her real quick. I don't know. Right on this one looks weird. Oh, that looks like orange to me. Nah. D1 heater over here. Hayden Bill's character. Nah, I built my character. Like I said, Hayden builds your character. The more I hate on you, the more your character should build. Hayden builds character. Depends on how you take that heat. If you don't take that heat as motivation, you're a bitch, real rap. You guys wanna know where the house is? I'll see you later, I guess. So you gotta learn how to feel the Beamer's movements, man. Folding your mirrors, don't be gay. You should be able to, yeah. It's a luxury vehicle. Yeah, it did. You're in a luxury vehicle, man. I'm about to go take a shower. I'm about to listen to Kendrick Lamar while I shower. Where the fuck my shower? Oh, it's right here. Ugh, I had to go take that shower real quick. Where the fuck you at? Nigga, sit the fuck down. You about to ruin your eyes. I'll be back. Alright, give you permission to the house. I'll lock the door. Did you hear my car when it turned on? Oh, you open the garage. Chase down. Chase down. That shit fast. What the fuck is he driving? Yeah. Are you in the green car? What the hell? Why are these people in this chilling in the middle of the road? I should probably start following traffic laws, like going to speed limit.
Left lipstick on my Hennessy. Felt like you took my soul from me. You gave me all your ecstasy. I thought that we were meant to be. Your love is suicidal. For me, your love is suicidal.
When you get here, I'm gonna be working on my Beamer.
To me, your love is suicidal. I'm sipping
I'm doing a rare muscle delete. Now I'm gonna go get some other materials. My car is definitely going around with a fuel leak. I forgot to get the exhaust pipes and welding. Wow.
I swear to God, you stupid bitch. I thought that we were meant to be. You took my heart and made it bleed. I gave
I just went to a shop, picked up some welding equipment and some pipes. You're disgusting. You left your mirrors open. Mm-hmm. Why didn't you come to the garage already? Alright, I gotta hook up this device. Grabs goggles. Torch. Alright, now I'm gonna just wait for it to cool down a little bit. Nigga, you drinking hot sauce, you're nasty. You're nice. Yeah. Why you got Subway for? That's like getting Arby's. I want to take something garage. Pour some nuts. Niggas don't know. They don't even know. Slide through the phone. Ride through the slow. That my little hoe. She rollin' my dough. We get out and we smoke. Don't smoke on no pole. She asking for more. I'm giving her more. More, my love. I'm inside my car. Take control of my love. Around you.
her I would drill. She know that it's real, she know that I feel. I know that she feel, girl. You know I love it when I'm next to you. Riding through the 772. The feelings that I got for you is true. So baby, let me cater to you. We found love in 772. She straight up out of 772. The feelings that I got for you is true. So baby, let me cater to you. We found love in 772. She straight up out of 772. The feelings that I got for you is true. So baby, let me cater to you. Let me cater to you. So baby, let me cater to you. Let me cater to you. 'Cause baby, this is your day. Do anything for your love. Baby, you know me. I got your slippers, your dinner, your dessert, and so much more. Anything you want. I'm dedicated to you. Dedicated to you. So baby, let me cater to you. Let me cater to you. So baby, let me cater to you. We got love in 772.
Right now, I'm looking around my Toyota Supra, BMW. I already got cars to build. I don't even want to build right now, but I still gotta build them. My Supra is already built. I'm just enjoying the drive because this shit tough. Silver Salons. I'm gonna look at one of my unbuilt cars. Shit is nice.
Nigga, what do you play with? Before I catch you premeditated. Got a lot of niggas dead and I.
I already know what I'm gonna agree. Oh yeah, I got my DeLorean also good. Ooh. Alright, I'm doing my DeLorean. Oh, you can actually hear a triple snap on this motherfucker. That shit got bourbon soon. I feel like the DeLorean is going to be one of the harder cars to actually customize. Because it's just a... I'm not going to lie, the DeLorean is ugly. It's just a classic. Like, I like a DeLorean. But it's ugly. You can't lie to it.
Young nigga on a C-class, booted up. Young nigga on a hand dog, babe, what's up? Young nigga tryna pull up for the shoulder up. I know that love is free, so keep that shit away. Baby girl, I'm from the G, you know we home baby. Baby girl, I love you like I love that baby cake. Baby girl, I love you, girl, you got that sweet cake. Sweet cake, yeah, sweet cake, yeah. I might pack you up and put you in my briefcase. Baby girl, you so that fine, I think I like it.
Say you want someone. Say you want someone.
Say you want someone.
Say you want someone. Say you want someone. Say you want someone.
I think I got mixed personalities. This bitch with my whole mentality. This girl, she got mixed personalities. One day she's happy, then she mad at me.
Say you want someone, I love you. So the way you so the kids on you. Fuck you like this, fuck you like that.
Oh, now I got mixed personalities. She got me stressing, singing melodies. I swear I catch a felony.
Oh, Penelope.
Say you want someone.
Say you want someone.
Say you want someone.
They snap. Oh.
I swear to God, this girl be tripping, dog.
I farted.
One day she flooded, then she cribbing,
That shit.
dog. You know I put it in the kidneys, dog. She screaming now, she needs some living, dog.
What? I have a question. Can you see what drivetrain a DeLorean is? Whiny?
This bitch with my whole mentality. This girl, she got mixed personalities. One day she's happy, then she mad at me.
The dual turbo. Should I keep it regular? That just means twin turbo, right? We got the DeLorean. Come look at the DeLorean. Say you want someone. Yeah, you're right there. What are you doing all the way over here? Yeah. Like, why are you all the way over here? Yeah. You see where you at? You're outside. Yeah. Let me screenshot and send you a picture. Do you see my delivery on your way back? It's not the best I could have did. It's also not the best cheap car to be working on now. Alright. I'm about to go home and grab another car to work on for the day. I think I'm working on my Mitsubishi. What's poppin'? Alright, we already started the RP, so you can just join. Take your job and pick where you're gonna live. Yep. Alright.
Going up for the money, won't look at the past, it's behind us. Falling in a bottomless pit, find us. Life is a perk, sound of the sirens. Do it all, do it for live my life on. I got your wife, she my slut, she take my own. Now I'm walking, she ain't all money run. Got no ops, they stay inside, cause they scared of my gun. Sisters want a real one. I told her come and find one. It's funny how you pussy, but you never been inside one. And these diamonds, birds, but I just niggas mad. When they see the gun in my hand, looks like twin, they follow them.
What? Yep. What's your problem? Alright. How do I fix that? Get it is. Get it is. Yeah, but you gotta go get wheels. You gotta go get wheels. That's the only problem. Like, if you don't got wheels, it seems like your problem is you don't got wheels. So the only way to fix that problem is get wheels. Yeah, but you still need wheels. I'm not, I guess I am not wrong. Yep. I'm on the way back right now. Damn. You're stuck in the stop sign. Turn off your traction. Turn off your traction. got a card I can help. I gotta still press my on GCL. No, they can fix that shit. Nah, I will not be able to play with that.
There, if you'd like.
Red's been black for 30 days. It's over now. He missed Nayline now.
She ain't fucked with me, she blocked me.
Red's been black for 30 days.
It's over now.
He missed Nayline now.
She ain't fucked with me, she blocked me. Nah, she been had me blocked. Like,
my man's bad.
It's cool because it's like,
who got you blocked?
Sorry to you later. We already went over this.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready. What did you do? What you do?
To get blocked?
Mm-hmm.
What you at? I ain't do nothing, bro.
You was chilling?
If I told you, bro, you'll be like, what? You got blocked over that?
It was some nut shit.
Yes, bro, literally.
I know I'm messy. Like, I need to tell you.
Nah, she been had me blocked, right? What's a Hikari?
Red's been black for 30.
Alright, so boom, if you
leaving on you watch these three where little Rakai, Talil, and Khalil talk about how Rakai went from being just a kid, pretending to be cousin and son, to them being close friends.
You literally used to call me Uncle Kello.
Uncle Kello is crazy, nigga.
Hey, boy, Uncle Kello, this nigga really be lying.
Yo, bro, no, is that really me?
What's your name?
Cuford. So I was perusing the internet, seeing how much a crate motor costs, right? Specifically, a Dodge Charger Hellcat motor. They got one for $16,000. They got another one for $8,500, and then they got a Red Eye motor for $26,000, which is crazy. So you know what I did?
Yo, bro, these little...
The vagina is a portal into this physical world. She is magnetic.
Ever since I drunk it, ever since I got it, you guys can tell it clearly went down, right? You guys can tell, right? I don't fix it, look.
I'm not no fake simple, gang. I really sick, gang. Fuck wrong with these niggas, pussy. Fuck wrong with these. Chat, I started sipping, gang, and gang, I've been a demon. I've been rapping crazy. I've been rapping ever since I drunk it. I mean, ever since I got it, you guys can tell it's clearly.
It's Easter, and I'm back with something new for you. McDonald's let me cook up a flavor for the seeds. Purple cough syrup meets Chris Sprite. Watch the swear. We call it the
Went down, right? You guys can tell, right? I'm not no fake simple. I'm not no fake simple, gang. I really sick, gang. Fuck wrong with these niggas, pussy. Fuck wrong with these. I started sipping, gang, and gang, I've been a demon. I've been rapping crazy.
You really needed that power.
Ever since I drunk it. I mean, ever since I got it, you guys can tell it clearly went down, right? You guys can tell, right? I'm not no fake simple. I'm not no fake simple, gang.
No, he's working off the hood. He the freakiest sipper I ever seen.
Hey, you know you much.
Now, 3 years ago, this is how my hair looked in 2023. I can see the little baby dreads. Here's my hair in 2024. Some girl.
The cost of college.
Have you been to Japan?
No, I really want to go.
Why? You never been there?
Yeah, no, I never been.
If you go to Japan, go to, make sure you check out Soapland.
What's that land?
It's like in the music.
It's 2025 now, we still can't believe it's not butter. We have Japanese girls promoting the soap lands that they work at on TikTok now. If you don't know what a soap land is, it's a bathhouse, right? You go in, you pick a girl from a catalog, and that girl will come, and she'll bring you to a private room where she'll bathe you. No quotation marks there, right? She'll clean you off, get in the tub, get you nice and clean, but during this process, you just so happen to fall in love. That's the loophole, because this is technically illegal in Japan. Fall in love because you smash. Now, there's thousands of these places across Japan, right? And they might advertise, oh, come visit our shop. It's only 20,000 yen. But this might only be the bath fee. It might not include the extras, you know? So it might be 20,000 for the bath fee, but then there's 20,000 for what other shenanigans that you might get into after falling in love. It's crazy to think that since you fall in love, that type of thing should be free, but no, you fall in love and then you gotta pay extra. If you want to learn more about these goon-type activities...
So are you coming?
Bitch, I got the city on my back.
I remember this one time, my mama had just got married to this one nigga I did not like. Me and my girl best friend had just left the wedding and got back to the crib. I was mad as hell. She turned to me and said, I know you not no grown-ass man going on temper tantrum. I was so pissed off, I ain't even respond to her. I just turned around and unbuttoned my shirt, aggressive as hell. She paid me no mind. She turned around, grabbed my box of fruit snacks and got to eat them like they was hers. Watching her eat my food, I say, bro, your ass always eat my food. Every time you come over here, bro, don't be greedy ass, don't eat at home or something. Flashing out. She, what you so mad for? I know why you mad. Smacking like she ate all day. Cause your mama married that bitch swole nigga you don't like and continue to eat my snacks. What you smacking so much for, bruh? And stop mixing in that nigga, you know I don't like him. Dead serious. She will get to like me and niggas, he look like he going nowhere. Might go and call that nigga that, but nah, for real, man, that's just that daddy. I squint my eyes and say, mixing that nigga again, bro. She moved my hand to the side and said, boy, get your fucking hand on my face, boy, your ass is tweaking. Then right after we hit the door open and look back quick as hell. And walking in, it's my mama. She, hey y'all, I know y'all not in here flirting. She threw my hand down and say, hey mama, your dress was so cute in your wedding. Hey, where your man at? Mama, girl, he bringing the bags in. You know he moving in. I turn and say, moving in, looking surprised as hell. She, yes, and be nice. Got it mama mode. Mama, we don't even got enough room for that. The house little as hell. Right after her boyfriend comes stumbling in, damn near fell through the door. Hey y'all. How everybody doing? Catching his breath. My girl best friend looked him up and down and just said, ooh, and grabbed her another bag of fruit snacks. I say, mama, you don't think to talk to me about this? I mean, I do live in the house with you, and like I said, it ain't enough room. Sarcastic as hell. She, well, we gonna have to make room, cause his daughter coming too. I never. Mama, I ain't babysitting. You just be doing stuff. He ain't keep my blushing hard as hell. Her dad was not fucking with the flirtatious energy. He turned around mugging. Mama, woo, I'm glad y'all getting along. Kristen, go ahead and take Aaliyah, her badge to the back, and make...
What happened to your arm?
Why didn't you tell us?
I did.
The way they end Attack on Titan makes it the best anime. It clears One Piece It clears Naruto. It clears Hunter x Hunter. It clears Black Clover. It clears everything. We went from watching Eren, right? Eren, the nigga that we love, bro. We seen that nigga lose his fucking family, nigga. He lost his dad. He lost his mom. He lost almost everything. And then we seen that nigga get everything back. You feel what I'm saying? We seen this nigga stomp everybody out after we seen everything that we seen about him. We love him. All this other shit. Just for this nigga Eren to go crazy, right? To go crazy, right? But in turn, sacrifice himself for the greater good. Here's the thing. He sacrificed himself because he knew my friends either gotta kill me or I'm murking this whole shit. And if they murk me, then that means that every...
Eren played that villain well. Some will say he wasn't playing. Like the way he did that nigga, I forget the Thorfinn looking nigga, the weak Thorfinn, the white nigga with the blonde hair. You know who I'm talking about, little bitch nigga. Eren.
Personality in the game. Takuto suddenly sees a dark elf settlement through the scout's vision, and he notices that they are all gathered not too far from their location. After learning about the presence of dark elves, Atu realizes they are really in the fantasy world, but it's a bit of relief as dark elves tend to be neutral, leaning a bit towards evil. Takuto wonders if this means that they are in the world of eternal nations, and he thinks that it would be bad if this were someone else's starting territory. He wants to avoid war right now, and he thinks that they should do their best to stay hidden for the time being. Takuto mentions that bordering another empire is the worst thing that can happen to them, but Atu tells him not to worry, stating that they can just run away in the worst case scenario. He agrees with her, and mentions that their kingdom loves peace, so they should just gather more intel on the area, and if things look bad, they can run away. As they are still celebrating their new strategy, they are disturbed by the sudden arrival of some dark elves there. The scene shifts to the past, where we see the same group of dark elves who met Takuto roaming around the forest in search of food. The group members tell their captain, Gia, that they should just leave the cursed lands, but he reminds them that they have no other option, since they were already driven out of their land and they have nowhere else to go. He doubts that the children can endure this any longer, and he is sure that there must be food somewhere around here, as there is a lot of vegetation in this place. One of his team members, named Emily, explains that the lands are a sea of trees stretching across the edge of Idaragia's uncharted territory, and ancient texts say that something evil is sealed in these lands, which doesn't allow life to prosper here. Gia thinks this is just a superstition, and he mentions that the trees here are really dense, and he is sure that they can find something to eat. Gia states that they shouldn't give up hope, believing that the spirits of their ancestors are going to show them the way to overcome this trial. He agrees that this forest is unsettling, but he doesn't have the option to turn back for the sake of his people. Just then, he comes across Takuto, and he notices he is surrounded by darkness, which scares him as he believes Takuto is dangerous and pure evil. Gia thinks one wrong move and his entire race will be wiped out, so he decides to kneel before him. He introduces himself as Captain Gia of the Dark Elf's clan called Mazaram. He mentions that he can sense Takuto is a powerful and noble being, so he apologizes for trespassing on his lands. Atu is glad to see that they understand what it means to set foot here, and she wonders what made them break the taboo of coming there. Gia explains that their clan once resided in the central lands of Idaragia, but as he is blabbering about how he got there, Atu tells him that she doesn't have the time for this, asking him to cut to the chase and get straight to the point. He reveals that they were chased out of their lands, and they had nowhere else to go, so they came to this forest. Takuto asks them if they are hungry, which surprises Gia, but Atu tells him to answer, so he mentions that their persecution was so severe that they had to flee, leaving behind all their belongings. They ran out of food along the way, and they haven't eaten in days. He wonders why they have to endure cruelty like this, thinking that they have done nothing wrong, and all they want is a safe place to live. Just then, Takuto summons some apples, and he tells them to eat, but it's the first time the elves are seeing apples, so so Gia wonders if he should start eating immediately, but he thinks it might look offensive. However, he notices his teammates eating the fruits without any worries, and they seem to be enjoying it. Takuto gives them some pears as well, and Atu asks Gia to enjoy the food her master has given them, but Gia bows down, asking if he can take these fruits to the ones left behind, as there are children among them who haven't eaten for days. Takuto hears his plea and gives them more food, which shocks Atu as she doesn't like him wasting his powers like that. After seeing his kindness, Gia thinks about how the Dark Elves are a reviled race that fled from the light, and it was only through the mercy of the elves that they were even allowed to survive. They have endured so many difficulties, and they are forced to live in places untouched by light. He believes no one has ever reached out to them like this, and they all thank Takuto for his gift, thinking it all seems to be a miracle. Gia asks him who he is, but Takuto doesn't answer, and simply tells them that the food belongs to them now. Meanwhile, we see that the other Dark Elves are starving, clinging to the hope that Gia is going to bring them something to eat. Just then, Gia and his group arrive, and they can smell the delicious fruits, which they all happily share with each other. One of them asks Gia how he managed to get this much food, so he mentions that they just happened to run into it, not telling her about Takuto. At night, as everyone is sleeping, we see Gia standing guard, and the village chief named Molter joins him. He mentions that the fruits that Gia brought back were very special, and even in his long life, he has never seen fruits like those. Gia agrees, and the elder asks what really happened. So Gia explains that they met the being of legends in the forest. The one Emily mentioned was sealed away in the accursed lands. The elder is surprised that he met the King of Ruin, and Gia inquires if he has heard of him. So Molter notes that he knows a bit about him from the old texts and folktales. It is said that when the world becomes overpopulated, the King of Ruin will appear, and he will destroy everything in existence, returning the world to a clean slate. No one knows if this is true, but also no one can guarantee that it's false. He asks if the being named himself, but Gia states that it never did, but it did look as terrifying as the name suggests. The elder wonders if he spoke with the king, and Gia tells him about Atu, who conveyed the king's words to them. The elder is not sure if what he met was the King of Ruin, but whatever it was, it doesn't look good for their future. Molter explains that now that he has eaten and replenished his mana, he can feel that something is not right in this forest. He asks Gia what he gave in return for the food, so Gia tells him that the being asked for nothing, which surprises the old man, since no evil thing in this world gives something without taking something in return. Gia says that they just answered some of his questions, and he believes the King of Ruin lent them a hand out of benevolence. The old man can't believe it, so Gia once again tells him that he believes the Great One pitied them and gave them aid, but it enrages Molter, since they only use the title of the Great One for those they respect. Gia believes Takuto deserves the title, since he saved their lives by offering those fruits, but Molter thinks he is under some sort of spell. However, Gia rejects the idea, reminding the old man of the king's blessings on them, which gave them the strength to argue. He asks Molter that under these circumstances, what was he supposed to do? And even Molter doesn't know the answer to this question, so he just tells Gia that he did well. He mentions that, since he is their tribe's chief, in the future, he will handle negotiations with the king, and he is sure his experience will prove useful. On the other hand, we see Atu scolding Takuto for wasting his mana for the Dark Elves, and he states that he just felt bad for them. She tells him that he can't waste his mana when they are just starting out as a civilization, but Takuto asks her to cheer up, stating that he will do whatever she wants. Atu mentions that she is not that angry for him to grant her such a pleasure, and he states that he simply can't do this without her. It melts her heart, and she forgets her anger, so she starts apologizing for her rudeness. Atu tells him to command her as he sees fit. Then Takuto remembers that he couldn't really talk well with the Dark Elves. She mentions how she thought he was role-playing as a powerful being and letting his vassals do all the talking. His eyes fill with tears as he realizes that he is just socially awkward, recalling that he didn't have many people to talk to in his previous world. Right then, the scout bug returns and tells Takuto that the elves are heading back to the area. Takuto is caught off guard by their return, but he figures it makes sense after all. He gave them more food than they could carry during their last visit. He assumes they're back to collect the rest. With neighboring cultures so different from his own, conflict feels inevitable. Takuto really just wants the elves to grab the food and leave. leave, he could demand they stay out of the forest, but that would mean having to talk to someone besides Atu, and he's not eager for that. Atu notices that Takuto is clearly bothered by the situation, so she proposes a solution. She'll take over all the negotiations on his behalf. This way, Takuto can maintain the image of a respectable king, rather than revealing his awkwardness. He thinks the idea sounds great, but hesitantly asks if it's really alright for her to handle everything. Atu reassures him that she's more than happy to help, and has no issue being his voice. A short time later, Molter and Gia arrive and kneel before Takuto. Molter introduces himself as the leader of the Dark Elf tribe, and expresses his sincere thanks to Takuto for supplying his people with the much-needed food. He asks for the name of their savior, so he can offer proper gratitude. After a quick glance to get Takuto's confirmation, Atu proudly declares that they stand before the King of Ruin, Takuto Era. Gia is shocked to discover that Takuto is truly the legendary King of Ruin, but they must remain polite. Molter expresses gratitude once more for Takuto's generosity. Takuto, relieved that the discussions have proceeded smoothly, sees no reason for tension with the elves. Atu, however, urges them to take the supplies and leave immediately. Gia and Molter are both taken aback. They had assumed the King of Ruin would demand a steep price for his help, so they hesitantly ask Atu if they're truly allowed to leave without giving anything in return. Atu points out that they have nothing worthwhile to offer anyway. Molter is uneasy about leaving the debt unsettled. Dealing with someone as powerful as the King of Ruin, the consequences could be dire, perhaps even their souls, but he keeps that fear to himself. Sensing the sudden rise in tension, Takuto pulls Atu aside for a private chat. Atu is clearly frustrated by how unyielding Molter is being, and she's convinced that if the elves are left to their own devices, they'll eventually become a problem. With that in mind, she bluntly suggests they eliminate all of them. But Takuto's real intention was to form a relationship that benefits both sides. He realized that Molter felt uneasy accepting help without giving anything in return, especially from someone with a title like the King of Ruin. So, Takuto proposes that they ask for a fair form of compensation to put Molter at ease. Atu agrees that it's a smart move and delivers Takuto's message to the elves. Molter visibly relaxes, though Atu is still trying to decide what kind of payment they should request. She looks to Takuto for guidance, and he suggests she inquire about the world beyond the forest. Following his lead, Atu informs Molter that in exchange for their aid, he must share his knowledge of the outside world with Takuto. Molter agrees, but Atu makes it clear that once he fulfills this request, he and his group must depart the forest without delay. However, this would leave the elves homeless once more. Molter pleads with Takuto to let them remain in the forest, but Atu swiftly shuts him down, warning that if he values his life, he must never reveal Takuto's existence. Gia opens his mouth to argue, knowing the Dark Elves won't survive if exiled, but Molter stops him, unwilling to provoke Takuto's wrath. As Gia and Molter are leaving, Takuto hesitates. Watching them go, he questions whether this is truly fair. He never wanted to cause the elves hardship. Then, he has an idea. Before they can disappear, he calls after them with an unexpected offer. He asks if they're willing to become citizens of his nation. The elves are so shocked by the proposal that they're left speechless. Even Atu is caught off guard and quickly pulls Takuto aside for another private chat, asking why he would say something like that. Takuto explains that he was considering bringing the Dark Elves into their fold through the refugee system. Once he puts it that way, Atu starts to see the logic and admits it might actually be a solid plan. Dark Elves aren't naturally aligned with good or evil, so they wouldn't clash with Takuto's evil-leaning kingdom. On top of that, in the game, the main population of Mainagra consisted of homunculi, so Takuto turns to Atu and asks if she truly wants to live in a kingdom where those are the only beings around. Now that Atu supports the idea, she addresses Molter and Gia directly. If they swear loyalty to Mainagra, they'll gain Takuto's protection. Molter asks for clarification. She states plainly that aligning with Mainagra means the Dark Elves will henceforth be branded as evil. The choice to join Mainagra is entirely theirs, but Atu assures them that if they do, it will at least be an interesting experience. Sometime later, Takuto and Atu head to the Dark Elf camp. As the elves have finally reached reached a decision. Atu is slightly annoyed that it took them so long, but Takuto isn't surprised after all. Atu had warned them that joining Minagra would mean being seen as evil. Eventually, they reach the Dark Elf camp, and as soon as they arrive, Molter declares to everyone that their new king has come. The elves immediately kneel and make way for Takuto as he approaches the throne they've prepared for him. Some of them are visibly frightened upon seeing him for the first time, while others look thrilled. However, those who get too close are quickly overwhelmed and faint from the intense dark energy radiating off of him. Gia quickly warns everyone not to look directly at Takuto, fearing he might take it as a sign of disrespect. But Takuto himself isn't bothered by it. After he takes his place on the throne and the Dark Elves are assembled, Takuto formally announces that, starting today, everyone present is now a citizen of Minagra. And just like that, the Dark Elves become his people. Gia had honestly expected something more dramatic, especially since Atu mentioned they would turn evil. Suddenly, a surge of intense hatred floods into his body as he remembers all the wrongs done to him and his people. The same thing happens to the rest of the Dark Elf tribe. As the painful memories of their persecution resurface, a sense of relief and hope washes over them. They're genuinely grateful and excited to have someone like Takuto on their side. A few days pass in the newly founded kingdom of Minagra, but things are going terribly for Takuto. As he examines the map Molter gave him, he grows increasingly irritated. This has to be the worst starting point. Noticing his frustration, Atu asks him what's bothering him. He points at the map and describes how, north of the forest, lies the holy kingdom of Qualia, devoted to the god Arlos, and the elven realm of Elna, which reveres nature, both strongly aligned with good. If either discovered the existence of the evil nation of Minagra, Takuto and Atu would be doomed. They'd stand no chance in a direct battle against such formidable nations. To make things even harder, this cursed forest has no usable resources at all, making the situation brutally unfair. However, they now have the Dark Elves on their side, which should help compensate for the kingdom's current shortcomings. Just then, Atu notices the elves approaching, and her expression brightens, likely because they're bringing important news. A short while later, Molter and Gia show up, this time bringing Emily along. Gia explains that Emily is incredibly smart and knowledgeable about the cultures of foreign nations, so he's confident she'll be a valuable asset for Takuto's plans. Takuto appreciates the extra support, but he quickly notices how nervous they all seem around him. So he has Atu reassure them that there's no need to be so formal. Moving forward, Atu lets them know that Takuto has made some decisions about how Minagra will be run. Starting today, Molter and Gia will be assigned to important roles. Molter will be in charge of managing the nation's affairs, and according to what Atu has heard, he's capable of using magic, so she's counting on him to deliver. Gia will be named the Supreme Military Commander of Minagra's forces, with complete command over all troops. Deeply honored, he vows to mercilessly crush anyone who opposes Takuto without hesitation. Takuto is slightly unnerved by Gia's intense demeanor, and has Atu clarify that he favors peace, ordering them to avoid unnecessary aggression unless provoked. Atu dismisses everyone for now, instructing them to rest up before they start building shelters in the forest. Molter thanks her for the thought and tries to boost his image by claiming that his expertise makes him far more valuable than a simple warrior like Gia, but Gia immediately fires back, arguing that an old man like Molter won't be much help with building anything anyway. Atu ignores their argument, sensing their enthusiasm to get to work. She turns to Takuto and asks if they should begin construction right away. He agrees, suggesting they start gathering materials, but carefully, without harming the forest. Atu approves of the idea and checks with Molter, who confirms it's feasible as long as they build the houses primarily from the larger trees. Takuto is glad to hear it's possible, so he tells them to get started as soon as they can, but reminds them to reforest as they go. The three are ready to begin, but they pause. They don't know what Takuto means by reforesting. Takuto is taken aback by this, surprised they're unfamiliar with the concept, especially since, based on what he's heard, the people of this world should have already unlocked the fortress building. Atu asks if they're at least familiar with military magic or the 6 great elements. but Molter admits he's only ever heard of 4 great elements. Emily adds that it's unlikely anyone from the other nations would know about military magic anyway. This leads Takuto and Atu to conclude that the people of this world are much less advanced than they expected. The Dark Elves' magic technology, in particular, falls far short of Takuto's standards. Still, if the rest of the world is on the same level, Takuto believes they won't have too much trouble catching up. Atu explains the concept of reforestation essentially. It means planting new trees to replace the ones that are cut down, helping to preserve the forest. However, since trees usually take decades to grow on their own, in this context, reforestation refers to a special method that uses magical elements to speed up the process. She claims it's a technique personally developed by Takuto. Of course, that's a complete lie, since Takuto didn't invent that. Emily gets really excited at the thought that Takuto holds such impressive knowledge. She wonders if he was the one behind the creation of the apples he shared with them. She also mentions that she planted some of the grape seeds, and they've already started to sprout. She's thrilled to see how they'll turn out, but as soon as she brings up planting grape seeds, both Takuto and Atu fall completely silent, realizing they hadn't even thought about doing that themselves. In this world, fruits such as grapes and apples don't naturally exist, but Takuto managed to produce them using his emergency production skill. If his theory is correct, the ability isn't restricted to just creating food. To test this, he tries summoning a coin, and it appears without issue, just as he hoped. This breakthrough means that as long as he has enough mana, he can generate anything from gunpowder to base metals, even oil, and it's clear just how insanely overpowered that makes him. The Holy Empire has received reports of a sinister force lurking in the forest. In response, the Holy Saint is dispatched to investigate, accompanied by a cardinal and a small group of knights. While the knights have heard tales of the saint's extraordinary abilities, she appears to them as nothing more than a normal girl. But when they come across a horde of goblins, she proves why she's held in such high regard by the church. According to the teachings of the god Arlos, vile creatures like goblins are considered a blight that must be purged. With a single motion of her staff, she incinerates them in a surge of divine fire, reducing them to ashes. The knights are left speechless by what they've just seen. The cardinal then explains that Selena's power is one of the key reasons the Empire has managed to uphold peace with the elves and repel the darkness threatening Ideragia. It's this very power that has earned her the title of one of the 7 great saints of the continent. Selena asks the cardinal if there have been any updates regarding the ominous presence she sensed in the accursed lands. However, the cardinal explains that he can't just deploy paladins to that region. In their country, expressing concern about the south is seen as absurd, and without a compelling reason, the Central Church would never authorize such an investigation. Selena informs the cardinal that if he refuses to dispatch any paladins, she'll investigate the matter herself. However, the cardinal forbids her, explaining that as a saint, her actions could damage the church's reputation. Seeing her determination, he reluctantly agrees to send some of his own soldiers to look into the situation. As he walks away, he is clearly annoyed by Selena's stubbornness. Meanwhile, over in Minegla, the Dark Elves have been diligently pushing forward with the construction work, and at last, the throne room is finished. Takuto is thrilled. No more sleeping under the stars, and with this milestone, his nation moves one step closer to conquering the world. Just then, Takuto's administrators arrive for their scheduled domestic affairs meeting. They bring good news they've completed the design for the new outfit he requested. This lifts Takuto's spirits even more, as he was growing tired of wearing his pajamas all the time. Atu and the others are pleased to see how much Takuto loves his new outfit. But there are more urgent issues to address. They need to begin their meeting. However, Takuto is a bit preoccupied, still admiring his fresh look. Seeing this, Atu suggests they go ahead and start the meeting without him. First up, Molter turns to Atu and asks what buildings they should focus on next, since, aside from the throne room, not much else has been built. They've already taken care of the groundwork, clearing the area and trimming nearby branches. So Atu advises that they begin with a food production facility, as ensuring everyone has enough to eat is their most urgent concern. Molter questions why they even need to worry about food when Takuto can just create it with his powers. But Atu explains that they can't depend on him forever. What if he's not around one day? Molter concedes that she has a point. With that settled, Atu says it's time to get started and pulls out a strange-looking tree. Molter is shocked by what he sees and asks Atu what it is. She explains that it's a flesh tree. The name alone is unsettling, but the reality is even more disturbing. It's a strange tree that produces meat with a flavor identical to human flesh. Atu explains that this is just the first phase of their food production plan. But Molter, Gia, and Emily all agree that most people won't be eager to eat something that tastes like human flesh. Atu reassures them that they'll find other food sources in the future. In the meantime, they need a place to store the tree's meat, so Emily volunteers to build a storage facility. Next on their list is research, since they need cutting-edge technology to make rapid progress. Molter asks what type of tech they should focus on, and Atu tells him that magic-based technology is the key, especially magic designed for military use. Ordinary magic enables a person to strike a dozen or so enemies at a time, something Molter can already do. However, military magic is far more powerful, allowing attacks on thousands simultaneously and even altering the battlefield for strategic advantage. Molter is astonished to discover such magic exists and is eager to master it. Determined, he declares that he will oversee the research himself. The final item on the agenda is military planning, and Gia quickly volunteers to begin assembling an army. However, Takuto stops him, explaining that he doesn't want to invest heavily in the military just yet. Armies don't generate resources, they only use them up, and currently, Minogra lacks the resources to support one. On top of that, even if they did manage to form an army, they're still far too weak to win any real battles, making the effort meaningless for now. Gia objects, arguing that in their current state, they lack the means to defend Takuto if he were targeted. Besides, both Molter and Gia still have bounties on them as former leaders of the Dark Elf tribe, making them potential targets for hunters at any moment. Given the situation, Takuto agrees that ignoring defense would be unwise, but he still doesn't want to pour resources into building an entire army. Instead, he decides to create a hero. Atu supports the plan, saying it's a smart move. While a hero may be expensive to produce, it's much more manageable to support one individual than to sustain an entire military force. Molter and Gia are puzzled by Atu's mention of a hero, so they ask her to clarify. She explains that in Minogra, there are multiple heroes who serve the king, each incredibly strong with unique abilities, though their eccentric personalities can make them difficult to handle. Summoning a hero requires meeting certain conditions, but given their current progress, it shouldn't be long before they can call one forth. Additionally, summoning a hero won't attract much attention, allowing Minogra to stay concealed while gaining more power. That takes care of the immediate domestic issues for now. The well-being of Minogra's citizens is a top priority for Takuto after all. Their happiness directly fuels his mana supply. Meanwhile, in the Empire, the Paladin Lonius is deep in prayer inside the cathedral when his partner Paladin Verdal approaches to speak with him. Lonius asks him to keep his voice down, reminding him that it's a place of worship. Verdal, however, is just trying to strike up a friendly conversation, since they've both been assigned to the same investigation. It's nearly time for them to head out. So Lonius stands up and notices his wedding ring, which he's wearing as a good luck charm, a sign that he has a family waiting for him back home. Verdal asks about them, and Lonius replies that he has a wife named Marcia and a daughter named Mina. However, he adds that his personal life isn't relevant to their mission, and he doesn't intend to discuss it further. Lonius had heard that Verdal was rough around the edges and lacking in manners, and those rumors turned out to be true. But despite that, he doesn't seem like a bad person. In fact, his abilities are impressive enough to earn him respect as a paladin. When Verdal starts grumbling about being stuck with what he sees as a pointless mission, Lonius reminds him that they're actually investigating one of Saint Selena's revelations, so it's a task that deserves their full attention. Even so, Verdal finds it odd that such an underwhelming team was put together for something as important as a saint's revelation. He and Lonius are the only actual paladins assigned to the mission. The rest are just mercenaries brought in to make up the numbers. Things aren't exactly looking promising, especially with the mission taking them into the southern forest. Still, Verdal's main concern is finishing the job quickly so he can return home as soon as possible. Back in Minogra, construction is progressing smoothly, and the settlement is finally beginning to resemble a real civilization. The Dark Elves no longer seem disturbed by the presence of the flesh trees. Takuto is thrilled, as witnessing everything firsthand is is an entirely different experience from what he was used to when playing the game. Emily gives Takuto a tour and points toward the neighborhood, where most of the houses are built among the treetops. She explains that because she's been prioritizing food production, she hasn't been able to devote much effort to the dwellings. Still, the flesh trees are developing well, meaning the food storage facility will likely be finished shortly. Meanwhile, Molter has been working on his magical research over at the Magic Institute he created, and most of the citizens who are talented in magic have joined in on his research. In addition, they also discovered a spring nearby. So, they now have a secured water source, and at last, this building will serve as the public office where Minogra's administrative meetings will take place. Emily had hoped to make it a bit more elegant, but this was the best she could manage given the limited resources. Takuto is impressed by the initiative she's taking. She's doing a great job, and he's also happy to see the Dark Elves, who were near death when he first met them, now looking healthy and full of life. Emily is a little nervous since she can't tell what Takuto is thinking, so she asks if he is pleased with her work so far, and Takuto tells her she has done a great job. He says he is glad to have her as one of his citizens, and hearing such high praise from Takuto is the best thing Emily could have asked for, and she's so happy that she breaks down in tears. After pulling herself together, Emily takes Takuto to see the Flesh Tree Farm, which has been developing well thanks to all the farming tools he supplied. Still, she's creeped out by the flesh trees and quickly changes the subject, saying she wants to show him a water source she discovered. She leads Takuto and Atu into the forest, but strangely, the surroundings look different than they did before. When they finally reach the spring, Emily is shocked to find that the water has turned pitch black. Molter and Gia arrive shortly after, having heard that Emily planned to build an aqueduct near the spring, but now that the water looks the way it does, they assume it's no longer usable. Just as everyone begins to lose hope, Atu speaks up and assures them that the water is still completely safe. She kneels down and takes a sip herself. The others are stunned that she would take such a bold risk, but she then urges them to take a deep breath. When they do, they're surprised to find that the air somehow feels fresher and cleaner than usual. This is one of the advantages of the malevolent nation of Minogra. Its influence corrupts the surrounding land, turning it into cursed terrain. This cursed ground provides small enhancements to evil-aligned creatures while weakening those who are neutral or good. So even though the water, air, and soil may appear ominous and toxic, they pose no harm to the evil citizens of Minogra. There's only one small issue. Having a cursed forest makes them stand out. That kind of defeats the purpose of staying under the radar. It's manageable for now, as long as the cursed area stays limited, but as Minogra grows, it'll be easier for enemies to spot them. That's why Gia and Molter believe it's time to begin building the army Gia talked about earlier. Still, Atu assures them there's no need to stress, since one hero alone is strong enough to deal with any threats in the early stages. Molter and Gia still don't fully understand what a hero is actually capable of. Atu could go into a detailed explanation about stats, but she figures it'll be faster to simply show them firsthand. Tentacles sprout from Atu's back, and in an instant, she uses them to slash down every tree nearby. Molter and Gia are completely stunned by what they've just witnessed. Atu then explains that she's also a hero, and after spending some time in this world, her powers are finally starting to return, though they're still far from what they were at her peak. The key point is that heroes are immensely powerful, and only become stronger over time, as long as they avoid major threats for some time. Takuto believes they'll be fine. However, he's slightly annoyed with Atu for unnecessarily destroying trees just to show off her power. Meanwhile, Molter and Gia remain amazed by Takuto's abilities and are excited to construct a palace worthy of his greatness. However, Takuto believes that would be an unnecessary use of resources, so he refuses, saying he doesn't need one. But everyone argue that a castle is essential. They'd feel ashamed as his subjects if he didn't have one, and since they're making such a fuss about it, Atu tells Takuto he might as well have one built to keep them happy. Takuto acknowledges that a palace would be impressive, and since he'd already dreamed of building a floating castle one day, now seems like the perfect time to start, especially since everything is going so well. However, what he doesn't realize is that the Paladins are advancing toward the Dark Continent, and when they finally cross paths, a war is likely to break out. As they travel, Verdal compliments Lornius on successfully hiring so many mercenaries. Lornius responds that it wasn't an easy task, particularly because most of the local mercenaries are currently deployed in the north. Apparently, a group of barbarians suddenly showed up in the northern province and started attacking nearby villages. The Saint and her army were dispatched to handle the threat, but things up there remain dire. One of the mercenaries remarks that they're relieved they don't have to face the barbarians themselves. Another chimes in, saying it might be worth the risk since he's heard the pay is excellent. However, there are also whispers about a witch being spotted in the area, and none of them want to get involved with that. Verdal tells them there's no use discussing it anymore, since real or not, that northern witch won't be their problem. They're headed for the accursed lands in the south. The group quickly makes their way to a nearby inn to stay for the night. As they dine together, Lornius starts questioning the mercenary Bargo for more information about the witch he mentioned before. Bargo mentions that he only heard a rumor claiming a witch was behind all the chaos in the north. However, Lornius finds that idea ridiculous, arguing that there's no way one person could cause such destruction, especially with a saint already sent to handle the situation. Bargo admits it does seem unlikely, and that he doesn't really believe it himself, but insists it's better to be cautious, since encountering a real witch would be extremely dangerous. Bargo finds it odd that the kingdom sent 2 holy knights so abruptly, particularly since they're headed to the accursed lands. He presses Verdal to reveal what exactly they're supposed to handle, because if it's anything like a witch, Bargo is quitting on the spot. Verdal didn't have any specifics about what awaited them in the forest, but he reassured Bargo that it couldn't be too serious. If he had to speculate, he'd say it was likely related to the recent influx of dark elves into the area. The kingdom probably just wanted them to ensure the elves weren't stirring up trouble. He's mistaken in thinking that Lornius and Bargo completely trust him, as dark elves are widely regarded by the kingdom's people as deadly assassins and wielders of curses. Lornius is especially worried that if the dark elves are left unchecked, they could eventually become powerful enough to threaten the kingdom. Because of that, he wants to eliminate them. However, Verdal interrupts, reminding him that their mission is strictly for investigation. The moment things turn dangerous or violent, their orders are to retreat. Bargo feels relieved to see that Verdal is being reasonable, as he has no interest in taking part in a massacre. Lornius, on the other hand, can't understand why Verdal would pass up the chance to wipe out the Dark Elves. Verdal simply brings up Lornius' family, implying that he's not willing to throw himself into a deadly fight without a good reason, even if Lornius doesn't mind risking his life. The other mercenaries have families they hope to return to. That's why. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Verdal refuses to endanger their lives. Lornius still isn't convinced the elves should be spared, but his desire to reunite with his family wins out. In the end, he chooses to follow orders. Meanwhile, Takuto gathers all his citizens in one place, insisting they witness something important. They look confused as he stands silently beside a heap of meat tree fruit, until he lifts his hand and channels mana into them. Everyone watches with anticipation, curious to see what will happen next. To their astonishment, the pile of fruit suddenly transforms into a scout bug right before their eyes. The group is left in awe. Takuto had essentially brought a new life form into existence with just a simple move. Atu then declares that this is only a glimpse of Takuto's true capabilities, and urges everyone to continue dedicating themselves to him. A little while later, Takuto returns to his throne, feeling relieved that no one questioned him too much about how the scout bug was created, mainly because he doesn't really understand it himself. He and Atu are just following the steps from the game to make it happen, but seeing it unfold in real life, it's hard to wrap his head around the idea that just infusing a pile of fruit with mana could actually bring something to life. With the ability to safely produce soldiers now confirmed, Atu declares it's time for the next stage of their plan, forging a hero. The process will be slow, as Takuto must gather enough mana for the ritual, but once complete, their power will be nearly limitless. Atu can barely contain her excitement and eagerly asks Takuto which hero he'll summon first. Without hesitation, he chooses Ayla, the queen of insects, because she offers the best advantages early on. Ayla's presence alone strengthens all insect-type soldiers in the forest, turning even scout bugs into formidable fighters. But her true value lies in her versatility. She can spawn larva soldiers for both combat and construction, drastically accelerating Minegra's growth. Atu commends Takuto for his brilliant tactical choice. Beyond Isla's practical advantages, she's also the most stable among the available heroes. One is a power-hungry warmonger, and the other is a pyromaniac bent on global annihilation, neither of which Takuto wants to handle at this stage. Still, Takuto knows he'll have to summon those other two eventually. Their power is simply too great to ignore. He just hopes they won't stir up too much chaos when the time comes. After all, he'd much rather enjoy a quiet life in this world. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights encounter an enraged hill giant, and it's clear that handling the situation won't be simple. Lornius immediately orders the mercenaries to prepare for combat. But before the battle can start, Verdal steps forward and instructs everyone to hold back, insisting he'll take care of it alone. Lornius begins to protest, but Verdal assures him that it will be faster this way, and they can't afford to waste any more time. Verdal approaches the giant and begins to recite an incantation. Lornius then informs the mercenaries that Verdal is using the secret art of Qualia, a technique that channels divine energy into one's attacks through prayer. The giant tries to smash Verdal with its club, but Verdal effortlessly cuts the weapon in two. The strength granted by divine arts might have your physical abilities enhanced, but for elite holy knights like Verdal, it's comparable to the power of a lesser dragon. In other words, the giant never stood a chance. After Verdal has slain the giant, Lornius begins praising him for his immense power and says that with Verdal and their team, they can definitely complete their mission without any problem. However, doesn't look pleased and tells him that they can't be sure of anything yet. Back with Takuto, he is happily devouring a burger while Atu watches with mild concern. Ever since they arrived, he's been living off fast food, and though she has no intention of stopping him, she does suggest he should eat something healthier. But Takuto mentions that when he was hospitalized, he spent his last days eating healthier meals. Now, he just wants to enjoy delicious food now that he has the chance. Just then, he remembers that he has something important he wanted to discuss. Takuto asks Atu if she can summon Gia and Molter for a meeting after this. Atu agrees to do so, but she's curious as to what this meeting is about. So Takuto explains that thanks to the additional scout bug he got, he can now see more of the forest, so he wants to ask Gia and Molter for advice on how they should handle it. Atu asks Takuto if he's talking about the village near the forest, and he confirms it. His biggest concern is that, given how close it is, it's only a matter of time before they discover Mainagra's existence. Thankfully, the village doesn't seem to be affiliated with the Holy Kingdom of Qualia, which likely makes them neutral, meaning there's a chance for peaceful negotiations. But if anyone else were to appear, it would spell trouble, since traveling this far would almost certainly mean they're here on a specific mission. Takuto reassures Atu that she doesn't need to stress after all. There's no sign anyone has discovered them yet. Atu teases him, saying that kind of talk always invites trouble, and Takuto laughs along. But his laughter dies abruptly when he notices that, in fact, people have appeared and worse. They seem to be a squad of armed soldiers. Takuto wants to avoid standing out too much, so he asks Atu to go deal with the soldiers. He also asks her to try being peaceful first, but if that doesn't work, then she's free to use as much violence as necessary. Just outside the forest, the knights prepare to make their way in, but before they can proceed, Verdal senses something unusual beyond the trees and quickly tells everyone to stop. Moments later, Atu steps out wearing a cloak, and both Verdal and Lornius are stunned. They never expected to encounter a young girl living deep within the Forbidden Woods. Verdal asks her to state who she is, and Atu claims to be a simple dark elf dwelling in the forest with her kin. Lornius, still harboring resentment toward dark elves, is about to say something hostile, but Verdal stops him and shifts the conversation. He explains to Atu that they're only here to explore the forest, and then asks if she would be willing to let them enter. Atu courteously refuses their request, explaining that the dark elves prefer not to have their new settlement disturbed without cause. Lornius takes offense, angered that a mere dark elf would reject a demand from holy servants of God. However, before he can respond further, Verdal snaps at him to keep his mouth shut before he makes things worse. Verdal tries to persuade Atu to grant them access by mentioning the divine revelation their saint received about a looming calamity hidden within the forest. Lornius begins to panic, shocked that Verdal would openly share such a classified national secret with a complete stranger. Verdal tells Lornius to stay quiet again, but Lornius protests, saying that sharing a divine revelation without authorization violates the Holy Order's laws. He threatens to report Verdal as soon as they return to Qualia, but Verdal tells him he can do whatever he wants. Then, turning back to Atu, he asks once more if she'll allow them inside. Even so, Atu still refuses their request, telling Verdal there's no need to investigate the forest since there's nothing dangerous or sinister within it. Verdal can tell she's lying, but he decides not to press the issue any further. Instead, he turns to the group and announces that they're heading back. Verdal isn't foolish. He can sense that Atu is on a completely different level. He also understands that the smartest move right now is to pull back and regroup before taking any further action. However, Lornius doesn't understand this. Instead, he lashes out, accusing Verdal of deserting the mission and declaring that he's removing him from command. Lornius declares that they're heading into the forest to investigate and commands the mercenaries to follow him. However, since Lornius was the one who hired them, they're bound to obey his orders instead. Seizing the opportunity, Lornius snaps at the men to capture Atu immediately for defying him earlier. The mercenaries begin to surround her. Atu feels disheartened that all her efforts to resolve things peacefully were in vain. She really tried, but in the end, it didn't matter. A short time later, Lornius regains consciousness on the floor, all covered in blood. He sees Atu stabbing all the mercenaries, while Verdal stands guard over him, announcing that they've located the witch. Verdal anxiously tells Bargo to make sure he gets one of the messengers back home to inform them about what just happened here. But Bargo says that's not going to be possible, because Atu just wiped out all their messengers with that single attack. Meanwhile, Atu is ever confident. She tells them not to get scared now. After all, she's the exact kind of monster they've been searching for. The soldiers' corpses drop to the ground, and Lornius is petrified with fear. However, Verdal still stands strong. He urges them not to lose their cool, because it's either they get killed right now or fight till the very end. He orders everyone to take their combat positions and ready their weapons, but Atu doesn't look the slightest bit intimidated by this. She honestly finds it kind of amusing. They think they'll be able to defeat her. They send an entire fleet of arrow shots at her, but she effortlessly blocks every single one with her tentacles, all while smiling. Verdal and Lornius can't believe their eyes. Everything was going so well until she came along. Now Atu plans on finishing them off once and for all, but before she does, she lets them know that what's about to happen is all their fault for trying to pry where they shouldn't have. At this point, Lornius is curious about what a witch like Atu is and what she's capable of, so he asks Verdal to explain. Verdal admits he was asked to keep that information confidential by the higher-ups, but he figures he's about to die anyway, so it wouldn't even matter. It turns out that when a saint receives a revelation, and the upper ranks confirm it, that monster is then classified as a witch. He has strong reason to believe the woman standing before them is that very same being. Lornius hears his explanation and understands that they're both screwed. Atu asks them if they're done with all the chit-chat. She's about to finish them off, but Verdal and the others aren't going down without a fight. He tells the mercenaries to fall back. He and Lornius are going to take care of this. They both charge forward with their swords in hand and make contact with Atu's tentacles. Atu smirks, saying they're a lot slower and weaker than she expected. But things take an unexpected turn as they both manage to slice through her tentacles. Atu herself can't believe her eyes. After Lornius and Verdal create some distance, they conclude that their game plan is going to be, first of all, cutting down her disgusting tentacles. But Atu doesn't panic. Rather, she weirdly starts to pet the tentacle that was cut off. Verdal interrupts that with a forehand strike that cuts yet another one of her tentacles off. Lornius follows up and cuts one off as well, which makes Atu finally start to sweat. Atu only has 2 tentacles left, so she uses them to take 2 of their paladins hostage. She admits that she might have underestimated them a bit. They've now proven to be quite stronger than she thought. She's conversant with how much humans care for each other, so she plans on using those paladins as meat shields, fully knowing Verdal and Lornius won't attack. Verdal urges Lonius to keep his cool. He tells Lonius to think about the bigger picture. If they sacrifice these two paladins and defeat Atu, their victory would mean putting an end to this once and for all. They both charge in simultaneously at Atu to deliver the final blow. Atu is shocked to see them willing to attack. Knowing it would mean killing two of their soldiers, they both slice through the soldiers and are about to land a decisive strike. But that's when Atu decides to show her true colors. In the next moment, Lonius opens his eyes and finds himself still alive on the floor. But as for Verdal, let's just say he won't be making it back home. His body drops down to the floor and blood leaks out. At this point, Lonius doesn't understand what's going on because they'd already cut off all her tentacles. But Atu informs him that she can regenerate them as much as she wants. This means she was toying with him right from the start. Lonius has no more tricks up his sleeves, so he just tells the other paladins to get out of there as quickly as they can. At least one person has to make it back alive to warn their kingdom about this. Hearing that order, the paladins make a break for it. As a last-ditch effort, Lonius tries a sneak attack on Atu with his sword, but she easily blocks it by drawing a sword of her own. Lonius shudders in shock as he wonders how she is able to use the holy sword of arts. Atu swings the sword around playfully while she tells him that she absorbed both the sword and its techniques from Verdal. All the diligent effort he put in and techniques he honed all became hers at the moment she killed him. Atu isn't surprised that Verdal was such a high-ranking paladin. He was concerned for all of their safety right until his final moment. But it's so sad that he ended up being killed because Lonius couldn't keep his mouth shut. They both go back and forth in battle until Atu asks if he still wants to see his wife and daughter again. Lonius is stunned. How could she know about his family? Just then, Lonius comes to the realization that Atu also gained Verdal's feelings and memories after killing him, and she would only get stronger with the more people she kills. Still, Lonius feels somewhat noble because while he's here holding her off, the other mercenaries can escape back to the kingdom. But things take another dark turn as he hears one of the mercenaries scream in pain. Atu tells him that should be the Dark Elves. She brought them there beforehand and ordered them not to let a single man escape. Atu tells Lonius not to be so surprised because, after all, she never told him she was alone. Lonius hears that and screams to the top of his lungs in shock. Then, as a last-ditch effort, he tries to land a quick attack on her, but as expected, she counters easily. The sun sets a few moments later. Atu uses her tentacles to hang Lonius upside down, after which she tells him that things only ended up this way because he was too stubborn to listen to Verdal's orders. If only he had listened to Verdal, she assumes he would have returned back home safe to his family. He would have been able to enjoy the peaceful happiness of an ordinary life. Now, she tells him what's going to happen to him with the future he chose. She's going to kill him, and then hunt his family down and kill them. Atu says she's going to torment them until they beg for death. Only then will she kill them. After that, she'll go to every village and town they all stopped at on their way here and kill every one living person there. There won't really be much of a point in doing that, but she might as well just kill them anyway. Then, when they ask her why she's doing this, she'll tell them that it was all because of his foolish actions. The thought of this makes Lonius start to tremble with fear. He then begs her to spare his life, but she's not really in a forgiving mood, so she rips him to pieces while he screams in agony. After it's done, the only thing that remains is Lonius's ring, and it sits in the wide pool of his own blood. Just then, Gia come to report, saying they finished off all the mercenaries just like she asked. Atu is pleased to hear that, and she's sure King Takudo would be as well. Atu tells them that she's heading back to base. She gives them the responsibility of disposing of the corpses. But before she leaves, Gia, looking somewhat concerned, asks if she really intends to do all the things she told Lonius before killing him. But Atu tells them she's definitely not going to do all that. She considers herself a pacifist, and she was just saying all that stuff to mess with him. Atu realizes that she's running late, so she hurries back to meet up with Takudo. Gia sees that she's in quite a hurry, so he asks her if there's anything bothering her. Atu replies that she has something very important she needs to tell Takudo right away. Sometime later, Atu meets up with Takudo and informs him about the existence of witches in this world. Takudo hears that and is quite surprised because witches didn't exist in the Eternal Nations game. That said, Atu concludes concludes that this world definitely isn't the world of the game. Takuto kind of already saw this coming, but he now has to accept the fact that they have come to another world entirely. The game's mechanics have been applicable to an extent, but Atu believes they should assume this world functions quite differently from what they're used to. She tells Takuto that this might actually be a good thing. She's referring to her special ability. In the game, Atu had a set chance to steal the abilities of anyone she killed. Now, she's even able to absorb fragments of their memories. She believes this could become a powerful weapon in their arsenal. Takuto agrees, saying it's all thanks to that ability of hers that they were able to learn about the situation in Qualia without having to send anyone to investigate. It's fortunate for them that Qualia doesn't have any forces to spare thanks to the disaster that happened in the northern province. With that, they both conclude that they can take things easy for a while, but they still can't get too comfortable because they assume that Qualia is likely to take some kind of action after the investigation squad was wiped out. Takuto reminds Atu that Qualia doesn't have any information of Minagra, so even if they do anything, they would have to do so with caution. What concerns Takuto more is what caused the disaster in the first place. According to Atu's stolen memories, the northern disturbance was caused by a witch, but unfortunately, they don't have any other information about that witch, so Takuto can't draw any other conclusions. The only thing they know is that the witch caused damage on par with armies to the cities of the northern province, and Atu says that her name is Irakino. The scene then shifts to where we see Irakino, a little girl dressed in an all-red outfit. She calls out to her zombie minions and tells them their next stop is the next city. Meanwhile, Takuto and Atu are still brainstorming. The recent disturbance in the north suggests that a monster capable of causing army-level destruction appeared in a very short time. Takuto considers the possibility of them coming into this world just like he and Atu did. Either way, it's obvious they have someone that's on the same strength level as the hero unit. Takuto sighs, realizing the situation they're in isn't looking good. Atu asks Takuto whether he wants to reach out to them, but Takuto doesn't think that would be a good idea. There's no way they would get along. Atu expresses her frustration, saying they always have to keep dealing with one problem after another. Still, now they know the witch has the same combat strength of a hero unit. The best thing for them to do right now is create a new hero. Takuto was initially thinking of creating the hero named Ayla, but given the circumstances they're in, he needs to reconsider and focus on one with more combat potential. Atu is delighted to hear that. She's willing to help in any way she can. Takuto also mentions that he has been thinking about altering their policies a little. He's thinking about forging an alliance. He thinks it would be best if they have another nation on their side, since they're clearly enemy of Qualia and the witch, whom they don't really have that much information about. Atu gets his point, but doesn't think that would even be possible because both of them are evil aligned. But Takuto is confident it would be possible with a neutral aligned nation, especially if he provides some form of value to them. The neutral aligned nation he's referring to is the nation that lies in the east. He plans on investigating that nation while they strengthen their forces. He needs to find out if they'd be willing to cooperate or not. Now that's out of the way, Atu walks away for a few moments, but turns back to him and asks whether she made him upset after she went a little too far when dealing with the paladins. Takuto has a bright smile while he tells her not to worry about it. He'd never get offended by anything she does. All he wants is for her to keep supporting him. Atu lights up with joy as she hears that. She promises to support Takuto to the very end, and with every fiber of her being. After a long week of building by the Dark Elves, Takuto's new palace is finally complete. Both Takuto and Atu are thrilled with how beautiful it looks. When they step inside, Atu looks around, loving the decorations. Even though they still have many problems ahead, she believes this is where their real story begins. Takuto agrees and says that when they have some free time, they should think about making the palace even bigger. Excited Atu says Takuto's kingdom will be one served by the greatest heroes in the land. Her excitement quickly fades when she realizes she forgot to assign anyone to take care of Takuto. She starts calling herself a terrible servant, but Takuto tells her she's being too hard on herself. Atu asks if he has any special requests for a servant. After thinking for a moment, he nervously says he wants someone who's easy to talk to. Because of his poor social skills, Takuto hasn't been able to speak much with the Dark Elves, and he's been feeling lonely. Atu hears this and tells Takuto not to worry. She has an idea, but Takuto feels uneasy. Since nothing good usually actually happens when Atu gets so excited. A few minutes later, Molter, Gia, and Emily arrive at the throne room, speaking for him. Atu tells Molter to gather all the little girls in the area because King Takuto wants them. Both Takuto and Molter freeze in shock at how that sounds. Atu's real plan is for the little girls to spend time with Takuto so he can practice his communication skill with people. Molter anxiously asks why she would give such an order. Atu replies that it's because King Takuto likes little girls. The Dark Elves are speechless, hoping it's not what they're thinking. Takuto feels embarrassed and regrets letting Atu handle this. A bit later, everyone calmed down when Atu explains that King Takuto just needs a child nearby to help with his daily needs. They feel relieved, but they still don't understand why it has to be a little girl when a little boy could do the job as well. This time, Takuto speaks for himself. He says he wants little girls for the sake of future leadership. In this land, he's noticed men always get the chances, so he wants women to have an opportunity to shine. The elves praise him for his deep thinking. Takuto breathes a sigh of relief. The thing about men and women was just an excuse. He's just glad they believed it. He doesn't want them to know the real reason is that he's awkward and antisocial. With the matter settled, Atu tells the elves to bring their finest young girls to serve King Takuto. Takuto starts feeling excited, thinking this might help him overcome his shyness. But then, things take an unexpected turn when all the elf girls start crying as soon as they arrive. Atu sees that Takuto is getting irritated by the constant crying, so she immediately calls Molter and scolds him for how weak the children of his land are. All Molter can do is apologize. Then, Gia turns to him and asks if he brought the twins to King Takuto. Molter quickly says he didn't because bringing those two before the king would be disrespectful. Atu overhears this and is kind of curious, so she asks what they're talking about. Molter explains that in their town, there's a pair of twin girls with no family. They are indeed wise, but he feels they wouldn't be suitable to serve as the king's attendants. Atu is puzzled. Wise girls like that sound perfect for King Takuto's attendants. Regardless, she orders them to bring the twins so they can decide for themselves whether to use them or not. Molter is just about to go summon the girls, but Gia says he was already one step ahead. He says he already called them, thinking the king might want to meet them in person. With that, Atu tells him to have the twins brought in right away. Soon after, two teenage elf girls enter and introduce themselves as Maria and Karia. Takuto nervously greets them, while Atu stares at them coldly and quickly senses they've had a grim past. She notices sores on Karia's skin and asks how she got them. Karia explains they came from a disease. King Takuto offers his sympathy, but Karia tells him not to pity her, saying it's what she deserves. Elder Molter assumes the king would want more details, so he explains. The sores were caused by a plague, though Karia has fully recovered. The scars remain. As for Maria, she also went through deeply traumatic experiences. When Atu asks what happened, Maria's eyes turn cold, and she says she ate her own mother. Atu is shocked and quickly looks to Molter for an explanation. He nervously explains that their mother was a woman the entire clan was proud of, and the choice was extremely difficult. Takuto immediately understands. After being driven from their homes, the Dark Elves had to travel far and wide with no equipment or supplies. Along the way, they faced many hardships, including starvation. With no other choice, their mother offered herself as a sacrifice, and they had to eat her to survive. Atu is impressed that the two girls are standing here without fear despite their past. Then Maria walks up to Takuto and casually begins talking to him. Takuto asks if she would be willing to take care of him, and she agrees. From that moment, Takuto declares her a candidate for the leadership of their great Minagra. Atu is shocked to see Takuto having a normal conversation with Maria without being weird or awkward. As for Karia, Takuto asks if she's willing to take the job as well. She nervously says that she has a duty to stay with her big sister, so if Maria is here, she'll do her best to work alongside her. That's good enough for Takuto, so he agrees to make them both his attendants. Hearing this, Atu tells them it's their duty to care for King Takuto, no matter the circumstances. About an hour after the girls leave, Molter kneels before Takuto and says there's something important he must know. He explains that ever since the girls lost their mother, neither of them has cried, not even once. Takuto shudders in shock. Molter says their hearts have been closed off since then, and he begs Takuto to watch over them with tolerance and mercy. Later that day, the girls prove to be much clumsier than expected. Spilling water on Takuto for the third time that day, Atu walks in, clearly disappointed in their clumsiness. Setting that aside, she tells them a meeting is about to be held. She wants Maria and Karia to attend and warns them not to cause any trouble. In the meeting room, Emily gives her report on the ongoing construction projects. She begins by saying that now the king's palace is finished, they have plenty of labor to spare. Their supply of lumber is steady, and they have many other resources as well. With all that considered, she believes they can begin building a new facility. Atu agrees and orders her to start constructing a clinic. This was actually Takuto's idea, as it would help guarantee the health and safety of their citizens. As instructed, Emily says she'll begin construction immediately. Next on the agenda is the state of resources. Atu asks who's in charge, and Emily stands up again, saying she's responsible for that too. Atu rolls her eyes, realizing they really need more staff. Still, Emily reports that their food and material supplies are stable. Thanks to King Takuto, they can now provide daily necessities they can't produce themselves. However, since this process uses mana, their balance between input and output still needs improvement. Atu says that using mana for emergency production is convenient, so they'll keep doing it since it's a necessary expense, but they'll need to focus on building and researching ways to increase mana production. She wishes Emily good luck managing that as well, since mana is now the topic.
Pause. Well, it's about that time of the night where you read the second chapter. Oh, I wish I was here reading this. I don't know how to give you advice on how to do that. This really looks like it's a pick up your Bible and you choose to genuinely go and follow God. Yeah, my fault, guys. I didn't notice that, but I had to restart my page. Alright. Isaac's covenant to Abimelech. One day King Abimelech came for Gerar with his advisors, Azat and the Fickle, his army commander. Why have you come here? Isaac asked. You obviously hate me since you kicked me off your land. They replied, we can plainly see that the Lord is with you, so we want to enter into a sworn treaty with you. Let's make the covenant. Swear that you will not harm us, just as we have never troubled you. We have always treated you well and sent you away from us in peace. And now look how the Lord has blessed you. So Isaac prepared the covenant feast to celebrate the treaty, and they also ate and drank together. Early the next morning, they each took a solemn oath not to interfere with each other. Then Isaac sent them home again, and they left him in peace. That very day, Isaac's servants came and told him about a new well they had dug. We found water exclaimed, so Isaac named the well Sheba, which means oath, and to this day a town grew there called Beersheba, which means the well of oath. At the age of 40, Esau married 2 Hittite wives, Death, the daughter, Beri, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon. But Esau's wife made life miserable for Isaac and Rebekah. I don't know. It's definitely one of those moments where we just about to play some music and chill out.
Someone didn't open their eyes, but you're one of the chosen few. You were made in his image and have the ability to increase. Whether you know it or not, you are a masterpiece. No one has a perfect life. We all go through us in that. If you're that scared, you're taking that.
Funny. Yes. Not funny. Ha ha. Funny here.
If you haven't already found you a queen,
Stop eating sweets to you. Mexico targeted. They pretty much out the leader of the cartel and they are crashing the freak out. They're going, they're running amok. They're doing whatever they did. I don't know what she knows the cartel has, but come there, weird.
show of Naruto, and when he was fighting the world, basically, like all the ninjas, he was doing crazy stuff, but I was damn near expecting it, I ain't gonna lie. But at the same time, not really, because the stuff he was doing was absolutely wild. And now we have Drag. Like, bro, when this man, when he did this, and pulled the hair in his hair, man, and Anime just kept going, right? And when Mark came in full power, he didn't. And just tanked it with his hairline, that was absolutely insane. But I'm gonna say this though, I know you can get blinded by recency, but you could also get blinded by nostalgia. This is my reasoning. I personally think Drag has no aura because we already knew Marvel was going to go crazy. But we games out chicken matcha wrestling, but we showed you how it life. This is the craziest webtoon series I've ever
So it seems like I'm on a young boy type grind. I gotta work harder than him. Cause me, I pop right out of work. Talking 8-hour shifts, 9-hour shifts, maybe 7-hour shifts, or 6-hour shifts. Come here and stream till about 12 hours before I have to get to work. And the reason I do it like that is because I'm not really sure when my body gonna go to sleep. Like when my body gonna wake up, so I gotta go to sleep early, like earlier than I want to. I like having these off so I can go to sleep at like 5 in the morning and I can stream all night. But there's a problem when I have these off. I know I'm gonna do shit in the morning, so I just. I don't know what to tell you.
I won't do it. I said, baby, you're my lifeline, you're an influence. All the times you was mad, I was over under the influence. Feel sorry for the people that don't get it. It's really rare that you feel the real love feeling. Some people get hurt and never love again. Some people get hurt and get the drugs again. Some people get dressed and go and hit the club to men. I love and one night stands that you would play pretend. I mean, I'm admitting all of these hoes, one thing that's pretentious. And if I know one thing, then I know that it's us forever. Words are better, no discussion. That's how I'm coming. When it's dark outside, you're always the light. This heart of mine was once cold as ice. Oh, the more I try, the more I open my mind to you. The farther deep inside, deep inside. From the unknown, I ran away. I don't think I'm coming back home. Like a cross space, it's a dark place I roam. Ain't no right way, just the wrong way, I know. I problem solve with styrofoam. My world revolves around a black hole. The same black hole that's in place of I can't take one for just after 9 if I just took a 60. Bury me and we shoot you in your back, you just got pretty wrecky. I tell the Chanel runners and I get back to running the city. And I know that it's still coming, I ain't worried, my niggas, they with me. Gotta put the narcotics down, I can feel them fucking on my kidney. And punching my liver, if I let it kill me, my mama will never forgive me. And none of my feelings, if I let it kill me, my baby will never forgive me. It's remind me of hell, sometimes I wonder if that's what God really sent me. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these curves. I've been cursed since birth. Got started, never learn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God for some water to wash down these curves. I've been cursed since birth. Got started, never learn. The truth first, let it bleed out. If they hurt you, let them leave. My heart hurt, let me bleed out. Only way I find peace. I'm trying to get set free, but these shades on me show me I can't breathe. What's reality? That's for myself. On the pain with my wealth. On a bed for Chanel, mess that double C on my belt. Bands in my pants, I already hold in my pants. Money ain't the answer. I don't used to know why. Mix this with that, better feel nice. Cold, you know, you sip if I got out. Love my feeling, I tell her I won't die. I fell asleep too deep that one time. Woke up to you crying, girl, I'm fine. I had a dream, I'm gonna wake up this time. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. Hands up in the fire, burn, 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 burn. I pray to God.
That's how it's sad as hell. I don't know if it's so really sad. We have older and listening to certain songs when I was younger. Really, we feel that it's not feeling. Well, not feeling, but you understand. So, something about himself. Let me go back to the bar reader. He said I fell asleep too deep that one time. Woke up to your cries were on fire. But I lied, you He dreamed that he wasn't gonna wake up this time. I'm pretty sure they released the song after he died. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he died in 2019. Oh, no, not 2019. Maybe 2020. I don't remember. I remember I was still young when he died, though. I was younger. Like, way younger. December 2019. Song was released in 2021. The year. And most of these were songs are on the week. But at least like the ones that get released now, obviously. Or at least most of the ones I heard. Most of these were songs that were like after he died, were unreleased, obviously. I don't know. When thugs in, they feel this type of shit. This type of shit they play. They actually love their girl.
What? What? Bun, bitch, fuck your nigga. Ho, fuck his feelings. You say you stand. See how you tripping. See, I'm a killer, but I got feelings. I catch you with them. I just might kill them. It feel like I'm doing the most. I like you, I'm letting you know. They been running from me they whole life, but I ain't to chasing no hoes. See, I get this shit and just go. If I like you, I'll fuck you slow. Don't be scared, cause I can get girls around me. Never know who might come through the door. See, it started one day by the slow. I was lurking, you know how that go. They was lacking, they know we at woke. Hit the corner, I'm letting it blow. Boom, he failed, can't get up no more. I'm running, my forehead was soaked. I hear sirens, boy, they getting close. Don't know how much far I can go. Told God, forgive me, I'm wrong. Looked up, saw a bitch at her door. She waved, said, boy, come on. I'm so happy she don't even know. Made it in, then I hit the floor. Looked up, she was locking the door. Asked me, do I stick out my pole? I look down like you already know. Look, my name Vaughn, I know. And I'm from the O, I know. But I ain't do shit, I know. Don't worry, you good, they gone. This bitch was bad for sure. I gave her some racks for a coat. Asked her, do she live alone? She say, nah, he on his way home. Bitch, fuck your nigga. Ho, fuck his feelings. You say you stand. See how you tripping. See, I'm a killer, but I got feelings. I catch you with them. I just might kill him. We been talking, now we getting close. A nigga a lame and he broke. When we fucking, I love how you moan. You get teased when they play my songs. My birthday, the code to her phone. Is he gone? Yeah, come on. She call me when he not at home. So deep that I'm touching her soul. Now I feel like you leading me on. Got me all in their bed if you wrong. I told her just leave him, she won't. I don't understand what's wrong. Bitch, stop playing games, we grown. Looked up, her baby, I'm home. Look back, I was clutching my pole. She telling me, no, why you wrong? Bitch, fuck your nigga. Ho, fuck his feelings. You say you stand. See how you tripping. See, I'm a killer, but I got feelings. I catch you with them. I just might kill him. Bitch, fuck your nigga. Ho, fuck his feelings. You say you stand. See how you tripping. I risk it all for you. And when a nigga get jammed, I'ma call for you. Yeah. You know how it go. When we in the streets, I'm with my partners, got my chopper like I'm in LA. I'm out on pine, gang member with 3 felonies. Might go to jail if I need you, would you meet up with me? The police thirsty too, they just around the block. Louis saw him coming, he told BJ and Scott. They snatch my chain, why my wife? Then threw me in the car. That could you cover? Yeah, always in the streets, I'm playing foul. I be up on trial, locked up for a while. I don't know if I'm gonna make it, I don't know if I'ma drown. I just know if I get locked up, I can count on you to ride. Would you ride? Would you ride? Would you ride?
What's up?
Would you ride? Now would you ride? Would you ride? You gon' ride? You gon' ride? Pick a side. Don't you lie? Come on, ride. Don't you lie? Come on, ride. I got court tomorrow. Damn, she say she gon' come. I'm on trial when I'm facing nigga murder one. She held it down, lady, and when I was on the run. Held my gun. Who I love, girl, you the only one. I'ma make you smile. Throw you some paper. Girl, just be patient when they done deliberating. I'ma show you the greatest. All them mother hoes be hating. Now I'm rich and they can't take it. I'm just happy that we made it. Fuck it, I risk it all for you. When a nigga get jammed, I'ma call for you. All these hoes in love with who I am. I'ma fall for it. But a bitch like you, I give it all to her. Cause a nigga always in the streets, I'm playing foul. I be up on trial, locked up for a while. I don't know if I'm gon' make it, I don't know if I'ma drown. I just know if I get locked up, I can count on you to ride. Would you ride? Would you ride? Would you ride for it? Would you ride? Now would you ride? Would you ride for it? You gon' ride? You gon' ride? Pick a side for it. Don't you lie? Come on, ride. Don't you lie? Come on, ride.
I should play something more, not holy, but like a little less aggressive than King on today, probably, right? Like, I do be forgetting. Where is it at? I got map playlists. Don't even try to make the playlist. For specific things. Think to it.
I'm here. Hey! If you wanna die, come here. We cutting our eyes in here. We walk by faith and chop our wings so sin can't fly in. Watch your mouth and please don't lie in here. Don't. You might get fried in here. My heart so set on God, my brother died, came back my pioneer.
You gotta replay it.
I'm here. Hey! If you wanna die, come here. We cutting our eyes in here. We walk by faith and chop our wings so sin can't fly in. Watch your mouth and please don't lie in here. Don't. You might get fried in here. My heart so set on God, my brother died, came back my pioneer. I ain't trying to get in no trouble unless it's the flesh, don't give them enough. My y'all got so many piles of dirt, keep killing myself, so I stay with a show. I think don't speak, so I don't tweak, and I stay meek like I got a mug. Call off the beat, I boot.
If you didn't get that, that was low-key a Karapika type bar. Because when he killed that nigga, he already had a shovel away. He brought that shit with him. He was like, "You're gonna die here." He like, no debate. One of us was gonna die. He was gonna bury the body.
The feast came so pristine, I shop it, but I do. Come on, come in. You brought your Bible in. Hope you got it. I ride to get caught in that field with it on me to be caught without. I stay with the spirit, I'm always around. I'm killing my sin, gotta know I'm about it. I peep out the flesh in the crowd, I'm a scatter. They want me to sin, I never allow it. Come on, come in. Show me you know how to jig. Show me you know what it is. Show me you jiggle with all your friends. If not, don't trip. I got your six. The flesh push up, and we got sticks. The lumberjack chop never miss. I drone the clip on 66. Temptation hit, but I can't go in. No. Can't fight sin alone, pick up the phone and I tag bro in. Think you macho man, life hit the fan and you won't grow in. Me and HS twins, we blending in like Lindsay Lohan. Dip with the skate, I hit the float in. Brand new get his truck, brought the load in. I ain't pushing G and I won't go in. Billy Grace Christ brought some more in. Dig in the word, come let me know then. Let's 2-3, I'm finna scote in. New CSB, let's hit the stove in. Bitches white like I got snowed in. This is spirit party, you ain't got it, you can't get in. Toski new name Neo, every day he dodging sin. Toski in the stew ain't nothing new, put pad the pen. Toski or a little coke, quit telling me I sound like Quinn. I ain't Quinn.
I would you like that song.
Where you at, Tyrion?
Pop out on sundown, fly as a toucan. I had to get out of sin, cause hell get hotter than summers in Sudan. I'm frying the flesh if I see him, you won't ever meet him, I need me a new pen. I walk with the OG3, bro, I'm BGG, but I'm dealing with a 2-man. I done got older, I stay with Jehovah, you might have thought I was a soldier. I used to be colder, a backwood roller, but I done got sick of the odor. I'm putting death to the enemy, it ain't no fear of me, I done got bolder. They talk about giving up sin, I'm all the way in, I cut off a shoulder. I'm running left with the spirit, I'm sticking with cuz like chips and nachos. The way I be stepping on sin is criminal, I gotta stop making potholes. I stay out of evil and beef, I'm walking in peace with all of my vatos. Just know if I'm back in the streets, my stomach on me and I'm grabbing some tacos. I might start tripping in here, it's probably gonna feel like I'm creeping in here. The Bible my weapon, so watch how you stepping, I might get the flip in here. I've been in this stool for like 33 hours, I'm feeling like pimping in here. Ain't no iron frame in the flesh, but I might put him up on the wall like a deer. We jigging inside of the spatula, it's hot. Moved out the crib when we turn up the light. We trap in the water, they come out of pot. Come on, in pocket, they feel like a knife. I see how you moving, I'm peeping the plot. Jesus and Judas, I got you a spot. I call him a son, cause I would've already spun. I'm grateful to God, I'm not. Look, we on the road like the Michelin man. If we take a trip out of state, I'm the type to go rent out the mystery van. I talk about Jesus with all of my partners, but he's still the mystery man. So I'm finna show him my life, cause that'll do more than the history can. I love that class, hate my flesh, so I'm gon' fast. Filled with the spirit, all we missing, forgot my past. Got my heart, get in that field with my past. Ride with sin, them corners bend, you gon' crash.
I don't sound like a Hellcat.
They said, well, boy, I said he in my A somewhere out the way. They said he died, I said that's every day. Still all in my face, I kick it out, I can't even get a taste. I know that'd be a waste. Bob Blicky, I keep that on my waist. I beat it, caught a case. You know I beat it, got someone defeated, that's why he be leading. All his scripture, that's what I be eating. Feeling like I'm teething, catch that demon, know I get to beat it. Don't stop till he bleeding. Took me out my sin without a reason, still committing treason. I gotta stop, feel like I can't. It's so hot inside the store, I need some water before I faint. Catch a demon, put his brains all on the wall, we need a paint. Ain't no way he took me as a sinner and made me a saint. He also turned me to a soldier. I hate demons with a passion, if I catch one in the sober. Had to let go of that weed, I got tired of all that odor. Say y'all get right in this demon, but the Lord my only motor. Hit this jeweler, cut my chair right, turn the lights on, see my neck bright. Pray to God so you know I slept right. Demon reason I left his chest tight. Baba Blicky thought this was fair fight. I'm on me.
Hello. You know.
Okay. Real life, real smacker. Do this shit on stream. My father come with a beam. My hoe come with a dream. I'm with Reggie, don't smoke Reggie. I get high than sleep. But it costs me what I mean. For that money, I'm a fiend. For that money, I'm a fiend. I'm a goblin for the green. I got bitches on my dick. I told that bitch to join the stream. Toss the pack, yeah, that's the touchdown. I told that bitch to join the team. Me and bro, we chasing racks. I told her, bro, let's chase the dream. Hella W's in the chat. You know my chat gon' turn me up. GG, they be in the back. And we got racked up in the front. And my bro be smoking hella weed. Told me roll it up. Hey, they say this road hell hella mean. That's why I beat it up. No, I'm from Florida, every song I speed it up, okay? No, you don't knock ground, Kendrick say it's not enough, okay? Left wrist line up, right on right as fuck. You know I turn some shit to gold, I got some ice. I'm from Baltimore, you play them, they gon' heat you up. Call my favorite eater, she gon' come and heat me up. Smoking hella trees, I swear to God, this bitch is stunk. She gon' call my phone, and after that, I'm hanging up. Hello? And we on stream, right? And we on stream, right? DJ. I'm in this bitch like all day, bro. Got my back like all state. I'm getting money, I love to pay. I need my money, I don't wait. I need my money like the day. I get the bread, ain't talking kids. Just give me head, can keep your face. She got the body, ain't no waste. Niggas mad, so you gon' hate. Nigga mad, so you hate. Yellow bone with a fat ass, you move like Jolo. Even things was going right, you never loved me wrong, yeah. Too much money blessed, think about your moving chest. Never held down what's next, the way I treat it is a flex, yeah. I'm on stream with Reggie right now, bang, see a text. $20,000 for a Q and it's a feeling, yeah. Now Julio, when she drink, make on a man, you know. You really do what you want, just don't embarrass, you know. Bitch, I really thought you cared for me. Hello, you wasn't there for me. All I know is chasing rats. I smoke weed like my heart can't attack, and I'ma smoke that thatch. Turn me up right to the max. The party be where I'm at. Pass it by, I pass it back. Hello. Pass it by, I pass it back. Yeah. She pass it by, I pass it back. Hello. She pass it by, I pass it back. You in this party by yourself? A cool vibe. She just wanna kick it by.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo. Keys in this beat with Reggie. No, I like my cake like David. No, I keep some cake like David. No, I like my. Yo. Keys in this beat with Reggie. No, I keep.
They just listen to that. What was it? This song like? What's the price I got on my food? It's new. It's not even one of his top songs either. That's what I mean. It's one of his like top songs. It's not one of his top of the top songs.
No F. Wait, no F.
It's like the end of an era. But I've had my biker moment. Plus, I listed this on eBay in like
3, 2, 1.
Ooh. 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 Ain't let that money change us. Ooh, they was the only ones who changed up. They ain't think we was gonna make it, so they gave up. Now they want something after how they played us. Where I told you these niggas ain't the same as us. They went out here thugging in the rain with us. Risking their life, putting in pain with us. Can't let my guard down, that's too dangerous. Young nigga from the bottom having motion. Chain platinum, they ain't golden. Fuck my money up when I first got it, I ain't know shit. Years in this shit and I ain't never
Question mark?
whole
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Remember we was children.
We already read it. We gonna read it again soon. We just not at that time yet. I don't know how to tell you. And now I'm just listening to music, relaxing. And that's because Sunday I started the stream. It's not Sunday anymore, but always in the stream on this D. It's hard to explain.
Niggas now used to want $1 million. I wanna be rich enough, protect and heal us. I know you hear me, God. First nigga play dumb.
First nigga getting popped. Had to stop passing my money and get rid of my distractions. See how niggas act when you say you ain't got it. Tried to bring niggas together, push them forward, they went backwards. In my city, all the ones that was in front of me, I laughed them. I make $500,000 every month, this shit just getting greater. Told Brody, manifestation can't fuck with prayer. Can't have my son around everybody, I want him safer. If he see the same shit I saw, how he gon' turn on greater. And I be staying out the way, cause you just never know. I'd rather travel with the family, take them coast to coast. Whenever I'm in the trenches, I gotta move low, cause I have a nigga immediate family, front row. They say the weak is the loudest, why you think I've been quiet? Don't fuck with too many rappers, cause I ain't shit like them. I look up, they in the cop chasing her dick riding. Wish I ain't know it, cause I used to wanna be just like them. Fake tough, nigga, get some money with your worthless ass. I could go and spin an M right now and it won't hurt the stash. Bro, don't measure weedy, roll it up right out the turkey bag. I ain't going back and forth with niggas, we a murk they ass. Side at the Pistons game, where I run this bitch. Rolls Royce Electrical, AP at 300 strip. Richest niggas come off Joy Road. Free my brothers, bitch. Show these boys my pictures, let them see who they ain't fucking with. I forgot to put the rollie on, I'm in a rush today. Car for it, make back, gun for it, Rusty K. Wash my hands before I touch the kids, I've been touching pay. Niggas see me, don't know what the fuck to say. Put niggas on, it ain't my fault, they fuck, they run up. Gave niggas loans, it ain't my fault, they fuck, they funds up. They know about the road, I'm the one that lifted the hood up. Icy ass stones, you can reach, but pussy, good luck. Bitch, we ain't let that money change us. Nigga, they was the only ones who changed up. They ain't think we was gonna make it, so they gave up. Now they want something after how they played us. Bro, I'm telling you, these niggas ain't the same as us. They went out here thugging in the rain with us. Risking their life, putting in pain with us. Can't let my guard down, that's too dangerous. A nigga from the bottom having motion. Huh? Chain platinum, they ain't golden. Fuck my money up when I first got it, I ain't know shit. Years in this shit and I ain't never did no hoe shit. Nigga. Cherry production.
If you really look at T Grizzly when he rap, bro, you look at Babyface and E, it's just like T Grizzly is just like a little bit bigger in the face, but they could be like family somehow. In my head, they look alike. But I definitely gotta do better. Probably should be watching anime on these kind of days. Ooh. Like, there could be 1,000 things I do today. What I do on my stream, not particular. Probably work the most, so I'll probably just like click on what. Working on the game feel lazy. Clean my room, it don't get dirty that often. to get dirty often enough. I'm not stumped.
G fucking in your bitch. Oh, fuck. What?
Let's keep it between us. Stay behind the scenes, though. Yeah, everything to me. Girl, you're too perfect, too perfect, too perfect, too perfect. Oh, let's make a decision. We go like a sequence. I know you see. Trying to be perfect, be perfect, be perfect, be perfect.
Too perfect for me, perfect for me. You too perfect for me, girl. You too perfect, too perfect, too perfect, too perfect for me. Baby, you know you special, yeah, you perfect. Get you anything you want, like, baby, you deserve it. You gon' make me cash out by that rose with the currents. Freaky little body suck me up, it got me swerving. Pick up all the pieces, man, I swear this shit is worth it. We gon' stack it up, I swear it's so much that I'm learning from you. But it's worth it. Listen to everything I say, I swear it's working. Baby, hold me down, I swear I get you that new Birkin. I know you got my back, so well, there's no way that I'm turning on you. Yeah, you too perfect to let you know I really need you, baby. I start some problems if I don't see you, baby. Walk inside the crib, you know what it is, I wanna see you naked. Let you hold whatever, you just gotta ask and keep it G, little baby. She tryna slow shit down, but I keep high speed on it, baby. Sliding, I swear I'm switching to all of these lanes, I don't got no keys with it, baby. I know that a nigga who make you feel like this, just tell me you need me, little baby. Just tell me you need me, little baby. Yeah, I've been on the road, I'm on my way home, I'm coming to see you, baby.
Stay behind the scenes, oh. Yeah, everything to me. Girl, you're too perfect, too perfect, too perfect, too perfect. Oh, let's make a decision. We go like a sequence. I know you see. Trying to be perfect, be perfect, be perfect, be perfect for me.
Perfect for me. You too perfect for me.
I want the camera turned on.
Girl, you too perfect, you worth it, she looking for me. Looking for me. Yeah, she searching for me. Like I know she perfect, you perfect, too perfect, don't hurt me. Cause I swear to God I dry myself with all these perkies. Straight up out the shower, another round, we getting dirty. Let's go up on the road and let me take you on this journey. I'm bringing up these bitches in my past, baby, don't worry. Like you know you my best friend. Lay up in the bed, she wanna stay after the sexing. She know how I get around these hoes, she got some lessons. But come back on that back and forth, but she getting depressing. But baby, you perfect.
Too perfect for me, too perfect for me.
Hey, you too perfect, too perfect, too perfect. You worth it for me. Jesus. I've been trying not to talk to you cause it's over. But hit my phone, I'm missing your call. It was late at night, she like what you want. She said, pull up. I said, play no. I got everything for you. Any second you see, even though I know I should have. I'm missing on my feelings and I feel like I'm useless. When you hop inside these feet, how my feelings in my head. So much you telling me, take it all. Since you want to see my face and you claiming it's been too long. You get ducking and dodging me for a month, different change. I guess you don't going crazy and playing the blame game. You wanna kiss me like you lucky you blessed in love with your body how wild when I fuck these other bitches is what I'm thinking about. Sure you come buckle up, babe, I coming back is it proud? Really working on myself and I'm trying not to hide. Already niggas stole your heart while I finally make me involved. Don't pop them shit. Another problem. Now it's just you and me, the only positive outcome. You mumble and speak up, sound like you shit you don't like. Well, at least I'll find one. You ain't need to say nothing. To keep making it sound. No time, don't wanna sit no pros, smoking close, your house me cold with things that I can't deny. So far gone, missing on the sky. Like there was for you. Say the truth, I don't want you no more. Yeah, I can't force you no more. We in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. We in the city just running it up. Come and get with me, there's something that's stuck. Feel like a boss rolling off in the Dutch. Call my bro Ace and gon' stay in the clutch. We in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. We in the city just running it up. Pop out with the beam when the back roll down. I always be in, don't ask me for lunch. But roll not out this shit for the punch. All alone, yeah, you got me smoking strong. This shit exotic. It's all fat blues, what I got in my pocket. This one in the head, no, I don't got a copy. Call on my phone, always talking about nonsense. That current shit, gotta tell her to stop it. That current shit, yeah, gotta go. Ask me anything, what you wanna know. You could take control, we on the road, but you gotta know that I gotta pull and I let it blow. If a nigga come try to complain, you better go say so. What I do for you, it ain't my control. I be catching bodies like I'm Derrick Rose. took a risk when the bomb been doing my hobby, doing my fault. Trying to blow your back, they watch your tone. Me and my bitch got dual two tones. My truck got walking two phones. He ain't been for the like the boy sent out two tones. How we say on that phone. Keep shit deep, got me at home. And now look at Fabio on me, he told us. Super 550, pretty young nigga charge. He said he get a paper in the field when he fold. I wear on my shoulders, nigga, I don't know. He know my heart real big, but it's getting cold. And I really feel something trying to keep this shit cold. Shit, dude, don't cool when it's a long night. When I make it go run it up every time. We in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. We in the city just running it up. Come and get with me, it's something that's stuck. Feel like a boss rolling off from the Dutch. Call my bro Ace and go stay in the clutch. We in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. I'm in the city just running it up. We in the city just running it up. Hop out with the beam on the back road down. I always be in, don't ask me for lunch. Don't roll another out this shit for the punch. Show you value. Scared out by that time. All used to be your face, all look up in your eyes. As we get up out this place, trying to see what's on your mind. Trying to know more about your brain and cry more, please don't decline. Made me wanna hit the place, I need more words to say than far. Walk up in this bitch at 9, I came in dolly, moving different. Usually I'm with the guys. I've been stressing in my head, fucked up into it with my vibe. Like little shit, she tried to hold me, switch it up, now I'm outside. I bet not, I got that shit on. Keep backing up, no, I don't know when I'm not good. Take the pull up, let that magic call, I think it's 10 songs. Take a shot after shot at my body, trying to get gone. Trying to get, yeah, I'm trying to be out with the guys, I cannot sit home. Do it with a baddie type of shit I should have been on. But you know that if you fucking with me, then you win. I wanna take some back with me, oh God, we gon' be sitting on. Wasn't hesitating, wanted to watch you in the side shit. Keep picking up, let something back.
Today is a holiday for me. I'm gonna smoke her now. I don't got no celebratory. It is what it is. Grateful for what you I'll catch y'all later. Out.
I don't wanna play with you, like girl, just let me know. She like, babe, I wanna stay with you. Hold on for a little second, I gotta grab some.
Yellow.